The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, Volume 5.5. What's wrong with liking what you like? Amain is real fond of cats. He likes most of the animals, but cats are his most favorite among them. He remembers his parents taking him to zoos, aquariums, farms, etc. when he was a child, but in the end he feels closest to them. He even had a favorite cat in the neighborhood. He even vaguely thought of having a cat when he lived alone in the future. But as he got older, he didn't openly say he liked cats. By the time he entered junior high school, his neighbor's cat had reached the end of its lifespan and he had no contact with it, and when told his classmates that he liked cats, they ridiculed him. He kept this a secret after being ridiculed about it, and now he is in high school and lives in an apartment. He doesn't see many stray cats to get a chance to play with them. He just watches the daily life of cats in videos. He went to a bookstore on the release date to get a photo book of the cats from the video channel he often watches. Although he had made a reservation for the time being, he was worried that he might not be able to get the book because of some mistakes, as it was being released near the Christmas sales season. What a wasteful worry. His day at school was a little restless and fidgety. On his way back home, he stopped by the bookstore to look at the book. Now, he was in a state of shock after returning home. "Welcome back. It must have been cold outside. Would you like something to drink?" Amain froze when he saw that Mahiru had reached home first. He had detoured to the bookstore when he was asked to buy groceries from the supermarket, which he bought. If Mahiru came home directly from the school, she would come before Amain. She greeted him but then blinked her eyes repeatedly as she saw Amain's face, who seemed in a good mood. "Somehow, you look in a good mood today." "Well, that is." He was too embarrassed to say that he was in a good mood after getting the cat photo book he wanted, so he answered her ambiguously. On the contrary, that seemed to have caught her attention. "What's wrong?" No, it's nothing. It doesn't look like nothing. It's real. Why nothing?" He turned his face in embarrassment, trying to change the topic, but on the contrary it seemed suspicious to Mahiru as her caramel eyes narrowed down on him. Usual way. There is an unspoken agreement between them to not to interfere with each other's life, but it's a different story when there is some problem. The same is for the two. It would be no exaggeration that Amain's behavior was suspicious from Mahiru's perspective. She stared at him intently. There was nothing wrong with trying to hide it, but he cannot say it out loud, so he wondered what should he do now that he's being suspected at. "I am in a bind." His eyes darted around, making him look even more suspicious. Mahiru's gaze became even sharper and turned to the bookstore bag. "So?" He lifted the supermarket bag and handed it to Mahiru, trying not to draw her attention to the bookstore bag. She made him do it. "There's nothing to worry about. Also, can you put these in the fridge? As it also contains some frozen food." "I understand that, but it seems something's weird." "Never mind that, please." With that said, he pushed the supermarket bag to Mahiru, and the bag with the books slipped off his wrists. It was a very big surprise to her. Fortunately, the shopping bag itself was in Mahiru's hand, so there was no real damage done. But the book which he was trying to hide fell to the floor with a thud. If there was a person in the cover, it still would have been deceiving, but the cover was of a cute cat with round eyes. It was a picture of a close-up of a cat which was appealing. Silence fell in the room, and in addition, Amain despaired. Mahiru, who was equally frozen, moved first and picked up the Fallen photo album. He prepared himself to say something to her, but Mahiru, who looked at the cat on cover with round eyes. "Wow, it's so cute." Then, she gently dusted the book and handed it back to Amain. "Did you get late because you went to buy this? Is it bad?" It was because he was feeling embarrassed that made it sound so plain. However, Mahiru didn't seem to get angry by the bluntness of his words. She was rather smiling as she wore a calm expression on her face. "No, it's not bad, but it was a little strange. I'm sure it's not something that you'd miss, but you were strangely hiding it, so I became a little suspicious." "Wow, I was wondering that you'd laugh at me. A kind of person who laughs at other people's hobbies is out of their mind. I would never do such a thing." "I am not going to make fun of you, okay?" "Well, that's not the case." There are some people who ask me if I like them so much that I trouble to go buy a photo book, and it's not against public order or morals, and it's not like you're bothering someone. So it doesn't matter if you like the picture or not. I think you are free to buy an album. People who criticize other people's hobbies usually have a problem with any kind of hobby. Mahiru removed the little anxiety he had in a very refreshing way, as there was nothing in the bag anymore. He seemed to be relieved for some reason, as she hadn't done so. "You don't have to worry for that kind of thing," she said. "You were too sneaky, so I got worried for a moment. I thought you might have bought some kind of weird book. If a high school boy is sneaking around with something, it would definitely raise some suspicions," and she was regretting that she got cold over it in the first place. A real calm counter comment that came to his mind was that the bookstore won't sell such books to boys in uniform, but he did not say it out loud to Mahiru. She seemed to know that he's different, so he swallowed his words down his throat. "I assure you that it's impossible. By the way, what if it was true? I would ask you why you're in possession of something that someone of your age is not allowed to have. I can't help but wonder if you're interested in such things." "I won't mind, but I think you have to graduate from high school before you can have one." It seems like Mahiru is saying there shouldn't be filthiness here. "I don't have one, so don't worry." "I see. Well, it doesn't matter much." Amain couldn't help but laugh at Mahiru, who dismissed it as she wasn't interested in him. But it's true. Whether he had it or not is none of her business. They don't enter each other's private lives and are free to spend their time as they like, as long as it adversely harms either of them. I didn't have to worry too much. If he had acted as usual, he would have passed with the photo book without Mahiru noticing and wouldn't have self-destructed himself. He felt like an idiot, but felt heartfelt after being told by Mahiru. He didn't know if she knew that she had a refreshing expression. She pointed at the washroom with a pale expression. "You should go wash your hands first. Even if you're going to look at the photo album, first you need to go back and do your daily routine first." "I know," he said. "It's not that I don't wash my hands and change the clothes when I get back home. It has become a habit, but I wonder why I went out of my way." Mahiru looked at him a little uncomfortably. "That is, can I see it later?" He didn't know what to say, but he knew what Mahiru wanted to see, so Amain couldn't help hide his smile that came on his face natural. "Why?" "Oh, that's okay." He smiled at Mahiru without thinking. "I'm glad. It's a very cute cat." "That's right." "Why are getting proud to hear." He seemed a little disappointed, but still she didn't make fun of him, rather she gave him a gentle smile. Seeing that smile somehow warmed his chest. He felt a lot better now while going to the bathroom than he was feeling while on his way from the bookstore. Daily routine and memorable meals. "What are you writing?" After dinner, when Amain finished washing the dishes, he saw Mahiru sitting on the sofa writing something in a notebook. He first thought it might have been homework, but it didn't seem like that, and it would be rude to look at the contents, so he did not want to peek in the notebook. He didn't mean to, but when he passed behind her, he glanced at the book to see names of some dishes written in meticulous letters. It seems that Mahiru has become accustomed to sitting next to him, as she doesn't react to him sitting next to her and quietly moves her ballpoint pen. "It's the menu of what we had for dinner yesterday. It will be helpful if I make a note of what you made." Her reply, which came a bit delayed, was very matter-of-fact like. "As a cook, it is better to keep a track of the area of what you eat. It's real detailed. It's as simple as recording the dishes you made. I can rather eat the same things, but I'm a human being. However, if you eat the same thing all the time, it's not good nutritional balance for your body." He was also the type of person who can continue to eat the same type of food, but there was nothing better than being able to eat a variety of foods. In the first place, she had a varied repertoire, so she never cooked the same thing twice. At best, she used leftover curry or meat sauce from the previous day and made a modified version of the dish. Even if he doesn't think much about it, he could often see a well-balanced diet of meat, fish, eggs, beans and dairy products. He was grateful that she left nothing behind, but at the same time he felt sorry for her. "Somehow, I'm real grateful to you," he said. "Please stop. I'm doing it for my own self-satisfaction. It's not that hard to keep a record for nutritional management." "That's right. and it might be easy to check if there is something wrong with food when it tastes bad or you don't like it. It's not like I want to be praised, but it's convenient to make a habit of it as it will come in handy later. I still think it's great, so thank you. He was real impressed by how serious she was and he got it without any effort. I basically specialize in cooking rather than eating, so the names of the dishes don't come to my mind that quickly, so I'm trying to be creative. Speaking of which, you can name some of the dishes when they're served at the table. Even though you're not an eater, it's amazing. You're sharp, aren't you? My parents at home. I think it's more of my dad. He cooked a lot of things and I got to eat a lot of good stuff. If she is saying that his tongue is bad because he can't cook, then she is wrong. Just as not all food critics are cooks. You can improve your sense of taste even if you can't cook. His parents, especially his father, is a great cook and he would often go to restaurants with them, so his tongue natural became more discerning. And now, thanks to her, his evaluation criteria has become even more stricter, but he can't say that he is always right. I see. If that's how it is, then it makes sense. Mahiru seemed to be convinced with that explanation, but her expression did not clear up. Perhaps it might be because of her family environment. Amain didn't know much about Mahiru and didn't step into her private affairs, so he refrained from saying anything further. He looked at the notebook on which she was writing with the ballpoint pen. Can I see it? Pretty. Is that so? But I don't think it's very clean. Mahiru didn't seem particularly worried by Amain's request as she simply handed him the book. He opened the book after thanking her, to see menu names for dishes as early as 3 months in chronological order. It was neat and clean and written in real good handwriting, something typical for Mahiru. It was written in detail. The notebook started on the first day they had had a meal together. The menu includes miso soup, boiled fish, green vegetables, omelette drôlesse and other nostalgic dishes. Laughter spilled out of his mouth after reading names of those dishes. He thought back to see that her attitude has softened a lot since those days, and he kept looking at the names nostalgical while looking back at the memories. The menu included a variety of dishes, but when he checked it again, he saw that the majority of the dishes were Japanese. Mahiru knew that Amain loved egg dishes, so he could often see egg dishes on the menu. She took care of a lot of things and was keenly aware of the importance of it. Oh, this one was real good. Among the egg dishes Mahiru made, he real liked dashimaki tamago, egg roll-less. It was his favorite dish. He got real excited when he saw boiled eggs with garnish which she made one time. Mahiru, who sat next to him, was a little surprised and smiled brightly. It was a dish in which fried bean curd with egg inside, simmered in a sweet and spicy sauce. And it did not seem that difficult for Mahiru. Of course, but it was more gratifying if someone said that what you make tastes good. However, everything that Mahiru made was delicious, so it became a matter of preference afterwards. You real like eggs, don't you? Eggs are wonderful. They taste delicious whether boiled, roasted, deep-fried or steamed. It has plenty of protein. I want to eat it every day. Well, it's definitely well balanced in terms of nutritional value, and I even want to at least eat one every day, but I don't think I like them as much as Amain can. I'm sorry. Is that so? Because I like it. Do you want to eat eggs boiled in a purse? Amain froze at Mahiru's sudden offer. Her usual quiet expression remained unchanged. He had no intention of urging her to make it at all, but he became distracted by his enthusiastic love for eggs. I'm sorry for that. No, we were going to run out of eggs and I was going to buy them anyway. Well, tomorrow's menu is already set, so we can adjust it for the day after tomorrow. I will make some other side dishes to match with it. If there are no nutritional problems, then I'm ready to accept your requests. Real Amain found himself staring at Mahiru with delight. Mahiru for some reason cleared her throat after receiving Amain's gaze and replied, I don't mind. Amain didn't miss Mahiru, who replied with his loose cheeks. I did it. I'm looking forward to the day after tomorrow. He was looking forward to Mahiru's meal every day, but he was now even more looking forward to eat what he liked. The day after tomorrow he would have a marathon which would be for him, but if it was Mahiru's cooking, He felt he could run through the entire race while looking forward to eat. If you enjoy it, then it's worth making. Will Amain-kun says everything is delicious. It's the type of compliment you give me. That's because delicious food is delicious. Everything made by Mahiru is delicious. Thank you very much. It's something I look forward to every day. You're a real great help. Thank you. He conveyed his feelings as he felt, but Mahiru seemed blatantly distracted and subtly shocked. After moving a bit uncomfortably, she gently sighed and seemed a bit tired. Even if you praise me too much, you won't get anything out of it. I would get a real delicious meal. That's real one of Amain's beauty. What is? Nothing. Amain panicked as he thought he might have said something offending to Mahiru as she refused to make eye contact with him, which caused him to worry. Good points you don't know of. Mahiru thought that Amain was a person who was not popular because his good parts don't surface much at all. She had a real good impression of him. First of all, original his face was a bit bad, which gave the impression that he's difficult to talk to. He was not bad-mouthed in the sense of being vulgar or abusive, but he was bad-mouthed in the sense of being blunt. If you listened to him carefully, he was quite normal. His face was not bad either, rather it was well-shaped, but he had very long bangs. He tended to keep his head down and had a long hairline. His slightly sharp eyes kept people away from him. Without the opportunity, even Mahiru wouldn't have known his true nature. He's truly a wasteful person in so many ways. She looked at Amain, who was quietly doing his assignment sitting next to her, while thinking that he's good and gentlemanly if you properly looked on his inside. She was very happy to know him. Amain, who looked cold but actual had a calm expression on his face, was silently moving his pen as he did not seem to notice Mahiru's gaze. He was quite focused as he did not look at the coffee he had brewed himself. Mahiru picked up her cup, while trying to make as little noise as possible. She quietly took a sip of the warm coffee. The amount of sugar gave the coffee slight sweetness behind its bitterness, and she enjoyed the mellowness of the taste. The drink contained a portion of milk added to it. When he heard her mutter that she isn't good with strong coffee, he gave her a different brand of coffee that he used to keep at home. At that time, she looked up at him and said, "Why don't you just keep the coffee that you like?" But he laughed and replied, "This one tastes better." So she had to withdraw without saying much. She was surprised to see him the first time they met. She felt somehow uncomfortable remembering how considerate he had been of her. So she took another sip of coffee. After she took a sip of her coffee, Amain raised his head to look up at her. Maybe it didn't taste good? No, that's not the case. It tasted real delicious. Well, I'm glad that it is to your liking. I've gotten a lot better at brewing, haven't I? Seeing his eyes soften with relief, Mahiru's cheeks were relaxed. When you brewed it before, you put too much coffee powder and hot water into it, and the hot water overflowed the filter. Why did you put it in so vigorously? Oh, my hand slipped at that time. I'm not imitating anymore. I've already learned. Failure is the first step of success. So if you make most of your mistakes, then I'm sure that the spilled coffee would be worth it. Don't make fun of me. I'm not kidding, am I? She laughed while she said so he blurted out a small complaint. You're teasing me, aren't you? But she didn't laugh back at him, so he knew that she wasn't real making fun of him. The slightly cute and slightly piqued Amain seemed a little childish and even adorable to her. He could easily be popular if he showed this expression more often. But she didn't say what it would be like to show this expression to others. She somehow regretted it a bit, but did not advise him of anything. Mahiru, are you taking a break? Yes, I'm done with my assignments, so I thought that I'd take a break. I think you'll take a little break too. I'm a bit tired of doing assignments. He stood up and headed for the kitchen. I'm going to have some snacks. Do you want anything? Amain looked into the snack box and turned back to ask Mahiru, who replied, "I'll leave it to you." The food at Amain's house was for either of two. Of course, they had put names on things the other person might not want to eat, but other than that they shared the food. She had heard the food grudges are horrible, but neither of them are too attached to food, so they were peaceful. They had a shared snack box which they were proud of, but it was more of a box that they'd want the other person to eat. Amain had put both sweet and salty products that Mahiru would seem to like, and Mahiru had put sweets in there. It was often a matter of taste. However, Mahiru has sometimes seen him eat salty snacks, and lately, he had been putting baked sweets that he thought Mahiru might like, so he was checking the expiration date diligently. As one would expect, it had become necessary to do so. The ones bought at patisseries are more expensive than commercial ones and have more additives. He brought the baked goods that were placed in the front of the box as they were near their expiration date. "I just grabbed some random stuff, okay? I'm so grateful that you went and picked it up for me too. Actual why I should have gone as I had more leeway. I was closer to the kitchen, so don't worry about it." Amain sat down with a small smile on his face. She took advantage of his goodwill and picked up the bag of cookies he brought. Amain understood that Mahiru didn't eat much food outside of her nutritional foods, so Amain brought the snacks according to her tastes. She was thankful for the sweets. She bit it into small pieces, careful not to spill any pieces. The rich buttery aroma escaped from her mouth and reached into her nose, and the taste was not persistent, but rather light and pleasant. She can't help but wonder what mixture was used in it. She was curious about it, but there is no way to know, so she smacked her tongue. Amain's eyes for food and sensitivity to the tastes are good. He smiled as Mahiru munched on the cookies. She didn't think she was being made fun of, but the warm gaze he was giving was a little concerning. "Yes?" Amain swallowed as he was reluctant to say. "No. How should I put it? Is there something wrong with me? I'm trying to be complimentary." He might have been impressed by the sight of her eating, but Mahiru was too embarrassed and happy to look at him directly as she turned her face. Sometimes bad for my heart. Basical why. Amain was the person who didn't lie. There were a few times when he tried to hide something or tried to deceive her but didn't lie in a way that might hurt people. On the surface, he may not seem honest, but he was a very honest person, which made it even more embarrassing for his gaze to wander. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not. She was used to being praised, but it was a different matter when the person complimenting is Amain. He himself was a person who praises directly, perhaps because of the upbringing of his father, Chateau. In a sense, it was real white tough. He gave attention to every minute detail, and it was not related to just this time, and it was real why bad for her heart. Lately, when he found out she might reach home late, he casual why came to pick her up. It might be a lot of hassle to change his hairstyle so that he wouldn't be recognized, but he spared no efforts to pick her up. When walking together, he paced according to Mahiru, and casual why took the luggage she was carrying if there was any. He immediately noticed if she was not feeling well and took real why good care of her. He was more sensitive to change in appearance than she thought and complimented her regularly on her hair and clothes. And since Mahiru was often here in his apartment, some places are out of her reach, so he prepared a step ladder so that she could reach high places. She's grateful to Amain for resolving their problems that Mahiru didn't even notice. He did not even talk about them and did them natural why, but she felt terrible about it. At first, she thought he was unreliable, uncouth, and plain sloppy. But if his plainness and sloppiness were gone, then he would be the most idealistic person she could think of. Yes, for her Amain was a good neighbor, and a good friend, and a good she was sure he would be a good friend to her. As she went too far ahead in thinking, she shook her head hurriedly, feeling that she should not think too far ahead. "What's wrong?" Amain was surprised by sudden shaking of her head, and Cal led her out worriedly as she managed to conceal her inner turmoil. Why isn't Amain-kun popular? It was Mahiru who worded it incorrectly this time. If he didn't knew what Mahiru was thinking, it might sound like she was making fun of him. She might have realized it as she corrected herself. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that Amain-kun has such a good personality, but he's still not famous. I think I am told to face that I'm not popular." "Well, I never got involved with the girls in the first place. I think the problem before being popular is that I don't have any relationships." Amain was only involved with cheaters in the school, and she had a rather gloomy expression rather than being cool. "Well, in the first place, I don't want to be popular." "Is that the case?" "I don't know about other guys, but I'm particularly looking for a girlfriend. I don't think it's necessary to be popular at the moment to be with someone someday. As Amain muttered in a whisper without hiding his embarrassment, Mahiru felt warmth rising deep inside her chest. Amain-kun, what? Are you implying I'm a dreamer? No. I think it's wonderful. You're a single-minded person. I feel like I'm being ridiculed. Why would you do it? She didn't understand why, and when she poked at his face, he took it in a strange way and lowered his eyebrows as if he was troubled. He then turned around. She thought she saw small movements of his mouth, but no matter how much she asked him, he did not tell her what he whispered. Operation Cleanup and the incident. Mahiru was rather fond of cleaning. Shortly after they met, she and Amain cleaned up his room together, and she's very good at it. She finished up cleaning without any compromise. Amain had also tried to clean and maintain his room diligently, and from time to time Mahiru checked his room and pointed out his inadequacy. In fact, he was grateful for her suggestions, as she was not nagging at him, and frequent suggestions would make it easier to remove dirt and maintain the house on a daily basis. I knew it, he said. After all, it's easy to overlook the dirt around water. It seems that I'm cleaning where I can see and the dirt remains on the back corners where it is hard to see. Mahiru peeked at Amain cleaning the bathtub and immediately found the dirt that had not been washed away. She seemed to be right, but she had a bitter smile on her face. As Mahiru pointed out, black mold had sprouted in spots on the rubber on the door and on the underside of the shampoo storing area. He didn't notice those places as they were hard to see, but he became aware of the stains once he noticed them. Although Amain and Mahiru had been taking various precautions since last year's cleanup, he was reminded that he had a long way to go. Even if you ventilate the bathroom, it gets damp and black mold is likely to form here, especially in the blind spots like rubber gaskets and in the corners. If you don't consciously clean it, this is what would happen. She pointed. You're right. I'm not mad, okay? Most of the households become plagued with dirt if they are not careful enough. She nodded and smiled at him, to which he nodded as his shoulders drooped. Don't be so disheartened. You've done a great job cleaning other parts of the house. Thank you. But you know what? Don't worry about it right now and don't forget about it in future. If you have time to regret these things, then do it immediately instead. Or should I clean it up? Mahiru tapped on Amain's arm. When he looked up at her, her eyes seemed excited for some reason. Perhaps it's because she likes cleaning, or rather she was a caring person. She would rather do it herself than forcing him to clean it up. But Amain thought that it was his fault that he did not have an eye to look in detail, and is glad that she pointed it out to him and was helping him with cleaning. However, he would feel more sorry if he made her clean it up. You don't like it, Mahiru, don't you? Cleaning the bathroom, that is. I don't mind cleaning the bathroom, but it's a private space and I'm sure you wouldn't want me to clean it. Amain-kun, it's not a problem for you to use the bathroom, and you've used it once before, so I'm sure it's a little late for that. Mahiru once forgot her apartment's key at Chitaz's house and stayed at Amain's house, but at that time she had already used his bathroom to take a shower. Mahiru didn't need to be ashamed of using the bathroom, but she might be worried about using a bathroom of a person of opposite sex. Well, that's right, but I can't speak highly of myself because I'm taking advantage of Mahiru's kindness to get the work done, but I'll do it myself so you can just supervise me. Such a small stain might have been overlooked, so he was grateful to Mahiru to check it, but for some reason she seemed upset as her eyes were darting around. No, I'll do it, because it's too narrow for two people to clean the bathroom. I'm sorry. Even though it's your precious day off. No, I like to clean. Then, please. I don't have any plans, for I'm going to clean the kitchen. I'll try to polish the sink. He went to clean another place as he cannot conscience with another person cleaning his house and him resting. The other day, he happened to watch a video of a sink being polished and was intrigued by it, so he decided to give it a try. It seemed important to take time and evenly polish the surface carefully, so Amain was sure he could do it. Do you have the proper tools for it? You need waterproof sandpaper and an abrasive for the finish. I'll go buy those. He was about to dash to go shopping, but Mahiru was looking at him with a troubled face. Ah, she said. I thought you would say that. I have some at my apartment. I'll lend them to you. It's good to have cleaning tools in advance. I'm sorry for being so thorough. Well, it's important that a main-kun wants to do it. Don't spoil me. Foo-foo. Then I'll bring it after I change my clothes. Do you have to go through the trouble to change your clothes? I take cleaning very seriously. Currently, she was wearing a long grey herringbone patterned skirt with a black knit. She looked real good in her calm clothes without any skin exposure. The clothes were probably suited for cooking. They might be difficult to clean, and if they got dirty or the color faded with detergent, then it would be a disaster. She felt like a cute girl who would have difficulty moving around in the dress. As he muttered his thoughts lightly to himself, Mahiru screwed a punch near his waist for some reason. Of course, it was a light punch with a little pressure behind it, as it left no pain behind. What are you suddenly doing, Mahiru-san? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's nothing, but it's gnawing at me. It's nothing. Amain was baffled by Mahiru, turned away and left and strode out of the doorway without explaining anything. After changing her clothes, Amain began polishing the sink. The person who handed her the polishing set went straight into the bathroom with full motivation as she wore rough trousers, rubber gloves and her hair tied in a bun. She was so enthusiastic about it that he's afraid that she won't overdo it. Feeling not to lose to Mahiru, Amain also picked up the waterproof sandpaper in his hand. He firmly and meticulously grinded the sandpaper as he was careful not to damage the sink by extending the existing scratches. The apartment was a rental apartment, so they were probably left behind by previous occupants of the apartment. He wouldn't call it dirty, but it was far from as shiny as a new TV was. As he patiently polished the surface to remove the fogging, he felt better after using the second sandpaper, as he could now see the metallic luster being restored. The visible results motivated Amain to keep working silently, as it was hard to stop him if he concentrated on anything. Suddenly, he looked behind his side to see Mahiru standing right next to him, observing him work silently. If you were standing there, then call me out. I got freaked out. I'm sorry, you seem to be so focused on cleaning that I didn't want to call you out. I wouldn't have minded if you had called me out. But did you finish your cleaning, Mahiru? Oh, no. I'm putting out hard places for now. I have another hour to spare, so I'm taking a break. He couldn't help but laugh at Mahiru, who explained with a very serious expression that it was necessary to use detergent to remove the dirt that has penetrated those areas. Amain-kun. It's real clean, but it's far from as clean as a mirror surface. Well, I'm going to polish it with a fine polish one more time and then wipe it with a cloth dipped in an abrasive. Well, it takes time and effort to clean it. Be careful not to overdo it, or else you would shorten the lifespan of the sink. Okay, he knew that it was a rental property and it would be illegal if he overdid it. It should be in the category of within the scope of maintenance. By the way, have you been polishing this whole time? Well, I got quite absorbed into it. This kind of work can be fun. It's the best part about cleaning. I'm not as serious as Mahiru though. I don't think you're taking a break though. It's important to take a proper break. Mahiru let out an elegant laugh and took out glasses, and she opened the refrigerator. Do you want something to drink, Amain-kun? There is an orange drink there. So, I'd be glad if you'd pour it for me. Okay. She poured drinks for Amain. He thanked her for her thoughtfulness and took the orange juice which she brought. For some reason, she put a straw in the drink as he was about to take the glass. Here you go, Amain-kun. She offered to him with a beaming smile. It was obvious she had no intention of letting him take the glass. She carefully brought the straw to his mouth as if to say, take a drink. Thank you. And, I think it's better as your hands are dirty. It was true that his hands were dirty from the blackened liquid from scraping, but he could drink it once he washed his hands. In a way, it was not something Mahiru had to go out of the way to take care of. There was no sign that Mahiru might retreat. When he glanced at her, she gave him a fresh smile to say that she has good intentions. Isn't it stupid? That's probably not the case. Probably? Well, I'm just kidding. But, if you don't your hands thoroughly, it's hard to get rid of the black spots and you'd have to wash your hands relentlessly. Wouldn't that be a hassle? So I think this is efficient. That's true, but you know what? He thought it might be better to put it next to the sink, but he knew Mahiru wouldn't budge even if he told her. He thought any more bickering would be pointless, so he put the straw in his mouth, to which Mahiru smiled in satisfaction. As the sour and sweet taste of orange juice spread in his mouth, Amain tucked away the embarrassment rising in his heart. It's delicious, thank you. Since the juice was only poured in half of the glass that wasn't big enough. He drank it quickly and thanked her. Mahiru let out a laugh and shook her head as if to say that wasn't necessary. Please, call me whenever you want to drink. No. Next time I'll wash my hands and drink it normal. Why? Oh, sorry. She's teasing me. Sometimes, Mahiru did things which seemed trivial to her, but those were shocking to Amain, as if she was playing with his heart. This time she was definitely teasing, but she had good intentions, so he cannot complain. He looked at Mahiru with a wry smile, to which she laughed happily again. Mahiru went back to cleaning, and Amain also polished with the sandpaper, changing the eyes of the file and final wire. The only thing left to do was the last polish. It was reflecting even now, but the finishing touches would make it look even better. As he was washing his hands, he looked around for a towel, which he didn't need once. As he wondered if he should polish with an abrasive, he heard a sound of something big falling into the water from the bathroom. He had a bad feeling about this as he rushed towards the bathroom without turning off the water, only to find Mahiru has fallen on her buttocks as if she had lost her strength. She seemed somewhat stunned and showed no signs of getting up. She even got drenched by the water coming out of the nozzle of the shower lying on the floor. Are you okay? I heard a great noise right now. I slipped. I'm fine, but my butt hurts. It was a blunder. It seemed that she moved after she heard Amain's voice, and she was rather ashamed of herself as her gaze swam while looking up at Amain. It seemed that she slipped and fell when she was rinsing off. Foam was still pooling in the corner of the bathroom as if pushed by the overflowing water, and Mahiru's clothes were very wet as if she had showered before she fell. I'm sorry. I left it to you. No, it was my idea. You got a sprained leg or something? Can you stand up? For the time being. He turned off the shower which had been left running and extended his hand to Mahiru. Mahiru, who was sitting down, looked up at him, and she shyly turned her eyes down as she took Amain's hand. I just hit my butt. I was originally crouching to begin with, so I didn't fall from such a high place. It was my fault that I fell, so please don't worry about it. I don't care, but I'm soaked wet. He couldn't let her fall twice, so he stepped inside to help her up, and as he looked at Mahiru again to make sure that she wasn't hurt, he then froze. Mahiru was wet from the water constantly coming out of the shower. She had to change to a simple long-sleeved white shirt and leggings that were easy to move in, which was not comfortable in winter, but they were cleaning an inside of Amain's house, so it would have been alright. The fact that the clothes were tight-fit made them even more destructive when they were wet. It was a mess. It was a total mess, as it was showing off the lines of her body and the color and shape of what she was wearing underneath. When he saw her skin tone and pale lime green showing through the shirt, Amain hurriedly looked away. Perhaps, if he looked directly at her, he would die of embarrassment, and even if he looked at her, he could see a future where Mahiru won't look at him at all. He doubted that he would be asked if he continued to avert his eyes, so after making her stand up firmly, he put a towel from the changing room next to her over her shoulders. However, she may not have noticed that her appearance is troublesome, or she thought that Amain's doing that because he's kind. She seemed to have taken it loosely as her cheeks relaxed. Looking at her face, Amain was unable to look away directly as he slightly turned his face. He wanted to punch himself in the face for thinking something wrong, even for a moment. But then he manages to calm his restless body with reason. It'll lend you a change of clothes, so you should change and go home or wait for them to dry. If you go out in this temperature with wet clothes, you'd catch a cold. Thank you for your concern, but I'd rather have you laugh at my face than look away and laugh at me. What makes you think I'm laughing? I'm just trying my best not to look at you cause your clothes are transparent. He actually wanted to let it muddle through and let her change her clothes, but because of Mahiru's misunderstanding, he had to butt in, and now Mahiru's cheeks are dyed red. After glancing down, She blushed deep red. Amain caught his breath as she adjusted the towel in front of him to hide her body. Oh, thank you for your concern. It's my fault for making you clean up. So I'd appreciate it if you take my change of clothes. If you want to take a shower, you can take a shower. I'll bring some clothes. Mahiru might not want to stand in front of a man in her current state, and he was not sure if it was a good idea for him to be with her alone. So, giving his reason, he took the opportunity to run away. After handing the change of clothes to Mahiru, Amain kept on polishing the sink. He wanted to maintain his reasoning, but the incident kept on surfacing. His mind trying to destroy it, so he mindlessly polished the sink with abrasive, trying to remove the scene from his mind. Mahiru seemed to be taking shower after all. Perhaps to cool her head. He could faintly hear the sound of running water hitting the floor from the bathroom. He shook his head and quickly dismissed the bad imaginations from his head, realizing that it was a ridiculous situation that a girl is taking a shower in his home. He polished the sink and found that it is already reflecting light smoothly enough for him to see his own face, though not as well as in the mirror. The reflection of himself was bright red on the cheeks, so he has to pull himself back before Mahiru came out. It was not funny that feeling of guilt and shame by his conscience is stronger than the emotions he honed in. Forget it. Forget it. It was time to call it a day and wipe the remaining polish in the sink clean, rinse it off, and wash his hands. Then he slammed water on his face. If he did not get this heat off his face, then he could not face Mahiru. He repeatedly slammed water up his face. He was washing his face with cold water in the winter. Just then he heard the bathroom door creak. He knew she'd come out soon, so he put a spoonful of honey in a mug of milk and put it in the microwave for Mahiru, while he was trying to calm down his heart. Just as it finished heating, Mahiru came out from the dressing room, hitting the floor with slippers. I will be borrowing your clothes. Mahiru called out to Amain, who was in the kitchen. She was just out of the bath, so she seemed fluffy and warmed up. He intentionally lent her a sweatshirt that would be too long for her, so that the lines of her body would not show up. Thanks to that, she seemed to be dressed in longwear, but for some reason it made his heart pound. He no longer felt at ease no matter what he did. Well, here, have this. Thank you very much. Since he had returned to the state that he can sit straight, he tried to look as calm as possible and stirred the milk that he took out of the microwave before handing it to Mahiru. When Mahiru, who preferred a slightly sweet taste, noticed the aroma of the honey, she smiled softly, and when she looked at the sink over the counter, her smile deepened. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Why done? You must have worked hard. Amain nodded in an ambiguous tone, unable to say that he did it to remove the annoyance from his head. He slipped past Mahiru and sat on the sofa in a natural motion. As he took deep breaths, Mahiru followed him and sat next to him. As she seemed rather calm, he felt even more uncomfortable as she smelled the same body soap he used. He glanced at her and saw her hand sneaking out of the sleeves of the oversized dress. She was grasping the mug and blowing on it earnestly to cool it down. She put it in her mouth, but instantly pulled away. Perhaps it was too hot. Her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at the mug with a dumb expression which was rather oddly adorable. She's supposed to be very serious about keeping her head cool, but he finds her irresistibly endearing, and combined with the fact that the current clothes doesn't fit her, she looks even younger than herself. After struggling for a while, she finally reached a drinkable temperature and happily drank the hot milk. What's wrong? No, I'm worried if you were injured. He was not lying, but he was not telling the truth either. He was worried that Mahiru might be injured when she fell down. He was also worried that she might catch a cold, and even though he did not see her exposed, he saw her soaked and sensationalized, and it upset him by taking a good portion of his mind. Mahiru laughed and turned her eyes down, as if she's troubled by Amain's words. I'm sorry for causing you inconvenience today. No, it's ridiculous. I'm the one causing you more trouble. Are you sure you're not hurt anywhere? It's okay, it doesn't hurt to touch my butt. Can't you touch it? Just kidding. Mahiru laughed at Amain's immediate reaction, to which Amain replied with complicated expression. Don't tease me. No, you seemed uneasy, so I brought it up. There is no need for a main cunt to be concerned about it, right? But this happened because I'm not usual why good at cleaning, so I'll reflect on that. If a main had been cleaning properly, Mahiru would not have to clean the bathroom and she wouldn't have gotten soaked. Well, I can't deny that, but it's quite difficult to make it perfectly clean, so you shouldn't make such an excuse. But still, come on. Well, forget it, everyone makes mistakes when they're not used to something. So be careful next time. I'll keep that in mind. Good. You don't have to be anxious. He was regretting leaving the dirt and letting her fall, exposing her wet transparent appearance. He was reflecting the situation, but Mahiru must have taken that as him being serious. As she smiled slightly, putting the mug on the desk, she patted Amain to encourage him with her sleeve drooping. Don't be depressed. She tried to cheer him up. He was tall, and his clothes were too big for the petite Mahiru. There was too much left over. They seemed like the so-called mo sleeves, which are so thick that if you shake them through, they seem to become a means of attack. Mahiru is swinging such a cloth for fun. Ouch, I'm here. It's real why bobbed. Real why. Real why. It did not hurt at all, but the cuteness of the act was making his heart ache more than anything. Shina Mahiru had no way of knowing that it pained him in that area as she adorably scolded him. She was so cute that he had trouble dealing with her. I'm fine now, so don't worry. Well, I'm sorry I had to make you change your clothes. I fell down on my own. So it's more of a case of pointing out that I should watch my step. I'm sorry you had to lend me a change of clothes. No. Stop. If we have any more of this exchange, then Amain-kun is gonna have another brainstorming session, so I'm gonna end it here. That's okay. Right. Mahiru smiled as she loosely closed Amain's mouth with her excessively folded sleeve, making Amain smile as well. He vowed to never forget this memory and looked at Mahiru in the fluffy sweatshirt. Do you want to go home and change? He suggested as he thought she might want to wear her own clothes. But to his surprise she loosely shook her head. No, I want to remain like this for a little more. Oh yeah? For some reason, he clearly felt like patting her head as she was beaming around her eyes while hiding her mouth with the loose sleeve. Amain-kun is relatively slender, isn't he? I was shocked by the size of your pants. You're thin. It's because it's harder to get flesh overall than it is for women. I'm jealous. Even if I know it, I'm jealous. He guessed that men had a higher metabolism than women and were less likely to have subcutaneous fat, which was unavoidable due to the differences between the two sexes, but he guessed this was this and that was that. Mahiru came close to flinching Amain with a serious face and touched his waist with her palm. He was aware that he was a skinny guy and would refuse the fact as long as no one mentioned muscles, and now, he is filled with a desire to punch himself for giving her this outfit about an hour ago. The purpose of the large sweatshirt was to make the body shape less visible, but it completely backfired. He preferred a looser neck as it was uncomfortable with fabric pressing down his neck, but this outfit was inappropriate for Mahiru because of her small size. When Mahiru bent forward, the fabric followed gravity and created more space between her body and the shirt, and through the collar he could see her milky white skin. As the fabric obeyed gravity, he could see Mahiru's, insisting their weight. It was a dazzling deep canyon that was usual why never seen. Amain turned away vigorously when he saw the fruit trapped in pale lime green which he had seen before behind the wet clothes. He could hear the noise of heartbeat echoing. Do something about being unguarded in such places. Overall, he didn't think Mahiru's defense was low. She spent a lot of time outside, being very careful not to show any skin. Most of the time she dressed so robustly and defensively that she only showed her hands and her face. Her defensive power can be said to be top class. However, here's the thing, although Amain was the cause of the problem, the current Mahiru did not account for Amain's current position. She probably doesn't expect Amain to look there. It was a state of defenselessness due to trust, if you could call it that. His heart was racing, even though he had pushed it into the depths of his memories. He recalled the wet and transparent underwear, and the sight of her body with its undulating lines exposed. Amain-kun? Amain bit his lip when his name was called out in a voice that seemed like pure wonder rather than anger. He stood up. He heard a small shriek, but Amain didn't look at her. No, I mean, I think I'll take a bath too. I need to polish myself and sweat. As soon as Amain said that, he made an escape from his enemy Mahiru, who had no defense but was very good on offense. Leaving the confused Mahiru behind, Amain ran into his room, grabbed his clothes and ran into the bathroom. He was ashamed of himself for being slow enough to take a good look at them, even if it was only for a moment. This time, Amain was the one who fell in the bathtub, before Mahiru came running a minute later. The one who spoils you. What are you doing? Amain was opening the package sent to him by his parents and putting away cardboard boxes when Mahiru, who came to cook dinner, asked him while giving him a scowling look. Amain thought she was right in giving him "we didn't have anything like this until yesterday" look, as he didn't know why they sent it to him as he suddenly received the package. However, just by looking at it, Amain knew that it had a larger size than anything he knew about. He lightly tapped it once. He heard the sound of smooth fine particles falling and rubbing against each other. "You received it from your mom and dad as a present for promotion into the next grade, right? But have you seen anything like this?" For some reason, his parents sent him a beaded cushion that took up a great deal of space. They were large cushions that are often advertised on TV and the internet. It had been popular for years, so he thought it was rather well known. But he guessed Mahiru didn't know about it. According to rumors, it was a big deal. "No, but I've heard from the rumors that it's a devil's sofa that corrupts the person once they sit on it and takes them into a whirlpool of laziness." What's with those exaggerated rumors? She was a little taken aback, wondering if he was describing a demon or something, but he knew that the cushion was comfortable enough to uproot his motivation once he sat on it, so he couldn't really deny it. The one sent to him this time was large and wide enough for two people to sit on it. It was definitely not for a single person. It was obvious they didn't send it with the intention of letting Amain use it alone. "I will feel pressured if I use it with Mahiru. Otherwise, they might have sent something smaller." It was true that he had once asked for such a cushion when he was in junior high school, but they rejected him, saying that it was no good and he would start slacking off. He thought, why was it not a problem now? But now that Mahiru was by his side, as expected, she would not let him be lazy. He sighed and looked at the cushion covered in navy blue fabric. In the first place, he wished that before sending such bulky objects they would ask for date, time and for place of availability. They probably assumed his room would not be messy since they confirmed that the room was clean on New Year's and Mahiru was also here. "This is real big. Are you going to put it in your room?" "I think that's the only thing I can do. I don't have anything particular in my room, and there is place to put it on, and I don't have a place to put it urgently." For the time being, he took it out of the package and put a cover on it. There's no way he can put it in the living room. Even now the cushion could barely fit inside the living room with the low table set there. Fortunately, there was nothing inside Amain's room beside his bed, study desk and a small wardrobe. A beaded cushion of this size could make it a little hard to open the closet, but it could be placed there. Shihoko-san did something real bold, but still it's real big. Yes, it is. This is real big, so I guess I could lie down. If Shihiko was here, he could imagine her saying, "Why don't you go sit with her?" He looked at the Shihiko in his mind to say that it's real hard for a man and a woman to use a bead cushion together. He then looked at Mahiru. He knew from the way she spoke that she had never seen the real thing and seemed real intrigued by it. Her eyes were lit by a calm and serene light. They moved more restlessly than usual, as if revealing her curiosity. He could hear a tingling sound from her face. It was an appropriate onomatopoeic expression. Mahiru gently approached the large beaded cushion, but she pulled her hand before touching it. She might have thought that it is not right to touch other people's property. "Do you want to sit down?" "But it's covered." He suggested because she seemed so fidgety, but her voice came back with a tone of annoyance. Mahiru seemed worried about touching it, so he suggested for her to sit down first, but she blatantly scowled at him. He got worried that he might have said something strange. No, I'm happy about how you feel, but the owner should be the first one to sit on it. Mahiru seems like she wants to sit down on it, and I don't care about who sits down on it first." and I think my mother sent it with the intention that you would also use it. So if you want to sit down, you can sit down." Are you sure you want to let me sit on it first? I wouldn't have told you if I didn't want you to. And it's not like I'm not obsessed with who sits down in the first part, and it seems Mahiru real why wants to sit down on it, so why don't you try it first? Well then, don't mind if I do." Even though she said, "I won't hold back," Mahiru hesitantly sat on the beaded cushion as if she was completely reserved. Slowly, she lowered her body and sat on it. The cushion made a soft sound as it wriggled and changed shape to lightly envelop Mahiru's slender body. Perhaps it was because this cushion was more comfortable to sit on than a regular sofa that she leaned the weight on the back of her body. Amain was staring at the sofa on which she was sitting. Then, she moved a little to adjust her sitting position, but then she stood up and sat down again. After checking the slow sinking sensation, she put all of her weight on her back and was in a position of completely lying down. She murmured in an elated tone than usual, "It feels so good." Amain was sure those were the words he was not meant to hear. As if captivated by the shape-changing bead cushion, Mahiru kept changing her posture and position as she found it comfortable. "Thank goodness she's wearing pants today," Amain thought to himself as he watched her enjoy. She was so absorbed in the cushion that if she wore the skirt she usually wore, she might have revealed her underwear even though it was of real long length. Watching Mahiru enjoying the beaded cushion, Amain was already feeling full, even though he hadn't had anything for dinner. She seemed in a real good mood. Amain was so charmed by the way Mahiru acted so childishly sometimes that he couldn't help but smile at her. But whether she realized this or not, she beckoned Amain to come over and sit with her. "It's a good chance, come over here, Amain-kun." She may be inviting him with good intentions, but their bodies would definitely touch each other if he sat down with her. Even though she's slender and petite, it was impossible to keep distance between the two of them when they sat together. No, I think he'll refrain from that." "You don't like it?" "No, it's not that I don't like it. What can I say?" Even when he tried to tell her his reasons, he lost his will to speak when Mahiru looked up at him curiously. The devil Amain inside him spoke. "It's not a problem since you're usually close enough to cuddle her," he retaliated. "That's a big problem." As he whispered and moaned, he lost to Mahiru's goodwill and his own desire got the better of him. "When I sit down, you'll at least understand why I was so hesitant." Mahiru, as his body sinked inside the cushion, he could feel the comfort of the bead cushion and her warmth and sweet scent of Mahiru assaulted him. The feeling of sinking into the sofa was a little different because of the presence of Mahiru, but the sofa's quality was real good. He can now understand why so many people would want one. However, right now he was more distracted by the careless Mahiru sitting right next to him. "Amazing. It perfectly fits your body too." Yes. It looks like it would be fun to relax here. Time would fly by real quickly if we spent time reading books or watching videos while relaxing. Mahiru, who was way more relaxed than before, said in a euphoric and less excited voice. She leaned against Amain and sighed. His heart beats loudly as her warmth is directly transmitted to him. Well, it's too comfortable. That's why I don't want to use it. I know it's gonna corrupt me. Fufu, I don't know how you feel, but it's so comfortable that I want to be lazy right now. Yes. She almost smiled and loosened her mouth, which was unusual for self-disciplined Mahiru. But as he was about to relax, she leaned her head against Amain's shoulder while looking pleased with herself. This wanting to get pampered gesture was unconscious. She usually headbutts him when she's embarrassed, but this time she was not headbutting him, but leaning her head as if she was surrendering herself to him. He could smell her fragrance that was both sweet and refreshing from her hair. He knew she had taken a bath earlier as they had today, but it was quite tempting for Amain who could smell her. When he glanced at Mahiru, he could see her milky white and slender neck through a gap in her gently flowing hair, and the dazzle made him want to choke. Mahiru, who appeared to be loosely relaxed as if she was in a paradise, may or may not have noticed Amain's stiffness or the sound of his throat. She glanced up at him and smiled more innocently than usual and then leaned back again. "You're spoiled in so many ways." He knew that he had to tell Mahiru to make dinner. But he did not want to ruin this blissful moment with his own words. He does not want to leave her warmth. Amain swallowed the words that came up in his mind and closed his mouth again. That evening, they had cup ramen for dinner. Childhood anxiety and current relief. Mahiru gave a plausible reason that she was worried about Amain's health, but in reality it was an act of her selfish feelings. It was because she wanted to be near the person she loved. Of course, she understood that alone time was also important for both Amain and Mahiru and did not constrain him. She tried to stay close to Amain by secretly and carefully observing him to see if he didn't mind or he was bothered by her presence. Fortunately, Amain didn't mind Mahiru for being at his home and accepted her presence as a matter of course. He smiled so happily that she often misunderstood his smile. She mocked herself, thinking how simple she was to feel good just by visiting someone else. Her face was a bit loose while thinking this. She didn't know if it's a good thing or not but thought that it was good. She slightly taped her cheeks to tighten her face and then opened Amain's front door with the spare key he gave her. She entered through the front door, but there was no sound. She thought that he might be sleeping but belatedly realized that he was out when she didn't see the sneakers he usually wore. She was half astonished, half interested as Amain was an indoor person and didn't usually go out at this time of the day. Is it alright to relax here without permission of the owner? When he's not here, she had a spare key and permission to come and go as she pleased, but she didn't think it was right to stay here when Amain, who owned this place, wasn't here. You can come in without me. I don't think Mahiru would do anything wrong. I won't. But do you think it's okay to enter private space without permission? Do you want to enter my bedroom? No, I won't. But that's not it. Aren't you worried about me getting in and seeing something? I don't care as there is nothing to see that I care about. And I don't see any pattern where you would enter the bedroom, so you can do whatever you want in the living room. Although they had this conversation before, she was still a little, no, she was a lot hesitant because it was still another person's house. They still had a rule that they would call each other if they were going to be late. So she didn't think he was going to be late from the fact that she had heard nothing from him. Is it permissible if I wait for a little while? She felt a little guilty and a bit immoral, but she took her off her shoes and entered the living room to find it was still quiet and empty. Although the smell of Amain's house was still comforting, it somehow felt unsatisfying and chill. Why? Because the person she liked was still not here. As usual, she sat on the sofa and leaned her body against the backrest. Why when she sat on the sofa, Amain was next to her. When they were relaxing after taking care of their businesses, they sat on the sofa like this and spent peaceful time taking it slow. Amain's body temperature was a bit higher than Mahiru's. He had a calm and fresh smile. His calm voice that was not too low and soothing to hear. His thin but firm body did not waver when he leaned on, was not next to her. Amain was not next to her. When she realized this, she felt an irresistible sense of loneliness. I hope you'll be back soon. She spilled out those words unintentional why causing her to chuckle and wonder if she real why was that lonely. She felt foolish and ashamed of herself for trying to take Amain's time. Even though she was used to being alone, she had entered his house without his permission and was now waiting for him. She sighed at her selfishness and increased her weight on the backrest. She was used to waiting. She had been waiting for something for most of her short life of 16 years. She had been waiting for years and now she had given up on some of the things. It was not that painful to wait for something that you know would eventually come. Even so, a part of her felt her chest tightening as she recalled some of her old memories. This reminds me of how I used to wait for my parents all the time. Memories of the scenes of her waiting alone for her parents who she did not know if they would come back, came to her mind, as if it was impossible for her to hold them back. Since she was a little girl, no one was at Mahiru's home. She lived in a rented house on one floor of an apartment building. The house was large enough for a nuclear family to live in. She should have no trouble living there comfortably, but the house had no interior decorations or facilities. Mahiru lived alone in such a house. To be precise, her family wasn't at home but there was a housekeeper and a tutor named Koki, but even she was a commuter. And the people who were supposed to be with her, who were related to her by blood, were away from home. Her parents were so busy with work that they rarely came home and never showed up, as if they didn't care about Mahiru's existence. However, it would not be good in front of the public if they did nothing. So they gave her ample funds and a housekeeper and tutor, Koki, to educate her and left her alone as they fulfilled their minimum obligations. It was not until she was 7 years old, when she entered elementary school, that she became aware that she was being neglected and began to objectively understand that it was wrong, and it was around the same time that she realized that she was being abandoned. It was not until later that she realized that her mother had a mistress. She was smarter than other children and she wanted to be loved more than other children. If she had not noticed, she would have remained an innocent child. One day, about halfway through elementary school years, Mahiru was genuinely pleased to see her mother's presence when she returned home. She was so happy to see her mother, who never showed her face, that she ran up to her and smiled at her, but her mother did not respond. It was as if she did not exist. She was holding some materials in her hands, but she was not even turning around to even look at her. She wondered if her mother had just returned home from work, and thought it would be wrong to disturb her. But she was so happy to see her after such a long time that she spoke to her without taking a deep look at her mother's condition. "I worked very hard even while mother was away. I did my best in tests and sports, and I came in first in many things." She intended to report that she was working hard and studying a lot while she was away. She smiled and grabbed the hem of skirt to draw her attention. Final why, her mother's body turned towards her. It was the first time her mother had properly faced her like this. Mahiru had only been looking at her from a distance or had only seen her back before, so this was the first time she had her in her sight so close and so clear. Her mother's face, who looked back at her, was a strong face that rejected everyone around her. Although her face was well-defined, just as Koki had said to her, it was not so similar to that of Mahiru. While Mahiru's face was calm and gentle, similar to her father's, her mother's face was sharp and severe, the complete opposite of Mahiru's. And it was not just her face, but also her actions. Her mother, who saw Mahiru in her sight, she gazed at her daughter with an inorganic look and then shook it off. The action was real. Why violent? Perhaps she was dealing with a child, but her clear refusal caused Mahiru to wobble and she fell on her bottom. She looked up at her in surprise. There was no warmth in the gaze that she poured down on her. When she finally recognized her, she looked at her as if she were looking at a stone on the side of the road. And that's when Mahiru understood. She understood that her mother does not want her to exist. The nausea and the sickening sound of her heart beating stopped her from thinking any further. However, once her thoughts spun around, all of their previous actions started to make sense. Why am I so shunned? Why don't they come home? Do they not even want to touch me? I am unloved and undesired. Her mother's gaze seemed to answer her questions loudly. My mother doesn't want me. Before she understood it, she often asked Koki why, but now she quickly got the answer to her why. They did not take care of her because she was not needed. They gave birth to a child and gave up their duties as parents, and they abandoned her. Therefore, her mother rarely showed up, and even when Mahiru reached out to her, she ignored and passed by her. While Mahiru was shocked after realizing the cruel reality of her situation, her mother turned around and left her, and she could only state her backside. She tried to reach out to her, but her hand cut through air and grasped nothing. There was nothing left for Mahiru. No, she had nothing from the beginning. Tears dripped out of her eyes and sobs were spilling out from her delicate heart that were cruel. Why gouged out? The thing she can say for certain is that I am not loved. No matter how hard she tried. If she was not loved from the start, then she would never be looked at. So all of her efforts were pointless. Why? She cried aloud in the empty house, trying to overcome the rage that was overflowing from within and threatening to break her heart as soon as she got her doubts. If she hadn't known, she might have clung to Koki and cried. She was like her half-parent, but she was with her only because it's her job. Since even her own parents did not love her, there was no way Koki would love her too. If she clung to Koki, maybe she would hear her out, but did she love her? Mahiru became scared when she learnt her real parents didn't love her. And Mahiru respected Koki, even though that couldn't be true. She didn't want to make Koki a substitute for her parents because they didn't love her. And she was afraid of being denied. She was afraid for sure, as she pushed Koki's concern behind a smile and hid her heart which was still aching and crying. She held her feelings to cover them up. Mahiru was hurt by her mother's rejection, but she couldn't give up on the idea of love. She wondered that if she became a better child, they could at least give her a slight chance of being looked at as a better child. She wanted them to look at her, and Mahiru did everything she could to make them look at her, more than she ever before. It would have been more than enough if they acknowledged her efforts with a single word. That alone would have been rewarding for her. After all, they did not look at her even if she improved at studies, athletics and appearance. Even if she behaved in a way most of the people would like, even if she was an honors student, even if she spoke highly of her parents never looked back at her. At one point when they met each other, his father awkwardly exchanged some words, but that's it. He didn't look at Mahiru's situation from outside or inside and rather acted as if she was the guilty one, turning her away. After all, their marriage was a political one and she had a feeling that she was a mistake that was born from a knight's mistake. If you didn't like what you saw, you shouldn't have chosen to give birth. I didn't ask you to have a baby. How much better it would have been if she had just said so. However, by this time Mahiru had learned to be sensible and suppressed her emotions. She did not speak out but rather swallowed her emotions and pushed it deep inside her heart. Her heart has now become cold and empty, even though it should have been filled by muddy, stagnant and dirty feelings. It was cold, sad and painful. Mahiru did not know what would fill this cavity inside her heart. No, even if she came to know what would fill her heart, she knew it was not something she could get. If she had to say it in 2 letters, then it's affection. No matter how hard she tried to reach it, it was like she's trying to reach the end of sky. She didn't even seem to know if it existed. Note: affection is written as in Japanese. So when she says if she has to say it in 2 letters, that's what she means. Now, I could have written it as 9 letters but it wouldn't be that impactful. Even though she was a child of good character, she couldn't get an ounce of love from her parents, which other children took for granted. Fortunately or unfortunately, Mahiru had also inherited strong genes of her parents to be excellent external Y. Thanks to her efforts she grew up beautiful Y and increased her abilities to the extent that could be said as versatile. By the time she was in upper grades of elementary school, the differences in genders began to appear and she became extremely liked by the opposite sex. She had already come to understand how to be favorably received by others and behaved in a way that she would not be disliked by others. She was humble without being conceited, gentle and ladylike as not to be perceived mean, and treated everyone with kindness and politeness, forming herself into the ideal woman most of the people would imagine. And this was how from the distorted existence the angel Sama everyone knew came into existence. As a result of her surface being perfectly hardened, she grew up into a girl everyone envied, but no one knew that her insides were full of holes. Then, Mahiru felt warmth at her side and she slowly opened her eyes. The familiar calming scent was close by and she tried to look where the warmth was coming from. While her eyes were wavering to focus, she saw a human figure that was not there moments ago. She rubbed her cheeks against him in relief at the comforting warmth and then heard a small laugh. "Good morning." The voice that she just heard was what Mahiru was looking for. She turned her head with slow movements and saw Amain looking at her with a soft expression and a gentle expression. Belatedly realizing that she was leaning against Amain, Mahiru raised herself. She had no idea when Amain returned or when she had fallen asleep. "Was I by any chance asleep?" When she asked Amain, terrified, he simply nodded at her. "That's right. I came home about an hour ago and saw Mahiru sleeping, so I tried not to wake you up, but when I sat next to you, you leaned against me, so I left you like that. I'm sorry. I came here when you were not here and I even fell asleep. I don't mind you coming in, and you have fallen asleep even before." Amain's house was cozy and she tended to be drowsy, so she couldn't argue any further and just let out a small moan. After he pointed this out, Amain had nothing further to say. The first time she fell asleep was during Shihoko's visit. It was real an inadvertent nap, but after that it was only because she trusted Amain that she let her guard down. It was impossible for Mahiru to fall asleep when someone was by her side. But Amain is special. It was partly because she liked to be close to him that felt at ease, and partly because she trusted that Amain wouldn't do anything to her. When she was near Amain, she felt nervous yet calm. It was probably due to Amain's moderate distance and atmosphere, and also because she had confidence that he respected her, cared for her and watched over her, that made her feel at ease. I'll just say this, that it looks like a space where you can feel at ease, but it doesn't look like you're getting a good night's sleep. No, it must have been the side effect of dozing off while reminiscing about the past, but she seemed to have leaked out her expressions while she was asleep. When Amain gave her a worried look, Mahiru could only smile vaguely while wondering how to explain. Yes, I just had a real bad nightmare. I see. Should I not ask? It's not that I mind being asked. It's not an interesting story. If anything, it would make Amain uncomfortable. There was no indication that Amain had good feelings towards Mahiru's parents when she explained to Amain about her upbringing. She did tell him many episodes that could have him good feelings, although it was more correct to say there were no such episodes. It was inevitable that Amain would have bad feelings about them, as he knew about the situation. And even now, when Mahiru thought back, she was aware that both of her parents would be classified as assholes in the eyes of other people. Still, I was also a child, and even I wanted to be loved by my parents. There was no such thing as gratuitous love for her, at least not between her and her parents. Mahiru was reaching and clinging to them to the extreme, but she still couldn't nod if asked whether she had pure affection for them. Amain seemed to have guessed what kind of dreams she had by the way she was behaving and when she gave a subtle hint of hesitation. So he smiled back at Mahiru with a caring look. It's not that big a deal, okay? I just had a bad dream that I waited all alone for a long time. They never came back and never looked at me. That's all. No matter how long she waited, they never came back to Mahiru and didn't even see her as their child. That was the nightmare from her childhood. I tried my best, but in the end I could only be a convenient child. I thought that if I was a good girl, they would see me more, but now I understand that they don't need to see me anymore because I'm not the girl they want. After being shaken off, she tried to be more and more nice, but it may have had the opposite effect. It may be because the person who took a lot of trouble caused trouble as a parent, but there was not even the slightest hint of love. She didn't want to do anything about it anymore because it was too late now. She didn't want to seek affection from her parents at her current age, but even now, she thought about a lot of future ifs with no answers. If only I had been like that, then maybe. When she thought of such meaningless what ifs, she smiled quietly, and then a large, reliable palm landed on her head. She looked at Amain to see what's wrong, and their eyes met. He lowered his eyebrows and shook his head apologetical. Why? As if he was troubled. Sorry, I made you feel lonely. Why are you apologizing, Amain? I came here on my own accord, waited here on my own accord, and saw that dream on my own accord. There was a chance that you'd come to my house, and I didn't call you to let you know that I was going out. You waited for so long that you got tired enough to sleep like this. After saying this, Amain turned his eyes down and then stared at Mahiru. I'll be watching over you and I'll have your back, Mahiru. His voice was not loud, but it was powerful and sincere. His clear and truthful eyes made Mahiru felt her tear glands loosen, but she held back her tears and smiled. I guess that's why I fell in love with him. He was a little less than honest, but he always was gentle and compassionate and looked straight into her eyes. He accepted and cherishes her on both the mended surface and vulnerable inner part. How could she not fall in love with such a person? No, she can't. It sounds like a proposal. Poo-pro. I didn't mean it like that. He tried to deceive her from crying and said to her what he thought, but as he realized that there was that way to take it too, he waved his hands in the air as fast as possible and his face became red as instantly as water heating from a heater. It pricked her heart when he denied it so strongly, but even she knew Amain didn't mean it in that way. I know, I'm just kidding. I see that Amain's place is somewhere I can go back to. Mahiru coming to my place is like she's coming home. She was laughing at his voice, which sounded a bit hesitant, as if he thought he was being teased, but she was also embarrassed by Amane's words. Indeed, Amane's house was almost like a place to go home for Mahiru. At her home, she felt lonely and alone. She thought she was used to it, but she felt lonely again because she met him or because of being with him. If anything, it was the latter. After meeting Amane, she was fulfilled for the first time. She learned the joy of conversing with someone on an equal footing. She learned the warmth of having someone by your side. She learned the comfort of spending peaceful time together, and she learned to love someone in the true sense of the word. The empty space in her heart was somehow filled with a lot of things after spending time with Amane. Yes, I know Amane-kun's house as well as I know mine. If anything, I think you know more than I do. You often forget where things are. Shut up. When she teasingly told him, he turned his head away. He often forgot, but she knew that he knew a lot too because of what he did for Mahiru. It is because he switched places of many things from their usual places to places where Mahiru could easily reach them. Before, daily necessities were also stored at high places, but now he was changed their location to make it easier for not-so-tall Mahiru to reach them. He also provided a place for Mahiru's personal belongings. The number of personal items were growing rapidly: blankets, toothbrush, personal grooming items, dishes and other sets of utensils. Since they met, little by little, the house has changed to make it easier for Mahiru to stay. It's like she could stay here, as if to say, this is where Mahiru belongs. Come on, it's nothing. If she could stay by his side, she wouldn't say another word. They didn't need that kind of relationship yet, and it would bother Amane as she was a popular girl. But that's how much she loved and trusted him. How happy would they be if they could live this peaceful and warm life together? It's me being greedy. I don't know on what basis you are saying this, but if Mahiru is greedy, then I'd be a lot more greedier. You must be joking, right? Amane-kun rarely asks anything from anyone. Rather, you tend to be reserved and considerate. That isn't the case, is it? I am wondering if I should make a request to Mahiru. Fufu, what is it? She wondered if she can do what Amane wants, even if she had to push a bit harder to make it happen. Thinking that made her feel calm, and if there was something Mahiru wanted, then he would fulfill it. When she looked at Amane, he swept his eyes over her as he seemed a little reluctant to say anything. But his eyes were fixed on her as if he'd made up his mind. He was looking at her. If you're having a hard time, you can count on me. It was a request. No, it was nothing more than a request and nothing less than a suggestion. But she understood what Amane was thinking and why he said this, and thought to herself, what a lucky person I am. His face distorted as he smiled. He didn't look that beautiful, but his smile definitely did. Then, can you spoil me? I'm not sure I would be able to do it, but I would do anything I could help with. He seemed a little troubled when Mahiru asked it with a straight face, but then he said, don't hesitate. She was so excited that she put her head on his lap so that she could roll. If she turned to look up at the ceiling, she could see his face stiffened. It may have been unexpected, however she herself was feeling embarrassed. Mahiru-san, I was thinking, since Amane-kun seemed to have healed when I gave a lap pillow to you, so I would be healed as well, so I wanted to experience it. Are you getting healed by getting a lap pillow from a man? Well, it's not a comfortable place to sleep. Sorry about that, but it's cozy. Good to hear. His thighs were muscular, which were hard to make it into a pillow, but she could strongly feel Amane's warmth and presence, and the unique fragrance seeped inside her, releasing her unearthly tension. Amane was the only one who she wanted to touch and pamper her in this way. Is it okay, just for a little bit? Yes, Mom. She looked up at him, a little worried that she was being reckless, and saw that Amane was blushing slightly as if he didn't want to do it. He patted her on the head with an awkward but courteous hand. When she was previously troubled, he caught her and led her along. He wrapped her up and hugged her when she was in pain and wanted to cry. He was there for her. The hands that stroked her were appeasing and pampering her. She could herself loosen up when touched by those hands. When his fingertips, which were tighter and harder than her own, gently touched her, she could feel so comfortable that even her mouth was loosening. Amane-kun. Thank you. I don't know what you're talking about. He turned away as if doesn't want to admit that he cared about Mahiru. So Mahiru pretended not to see his embarrassment. She turned over so that her back would face Amain, so that he couldn't notice that her cheeks were also red with embarrassment. Angel who tends to be careless. Mahiru's attitude changed quite a bit between those who were close to her and those who were not. Though, only those who were close to her could recognize that. She was not unfriendly to those who were not close to her but rather treated them nicely and politely. But even though she was friendly on the surface, she was actually very guarded and did not show even the slightest bit of opening so that they could not enter her mind. It was as if putting a veil to not let other people know what she was doing. However, once you got to know her, she was very forgiving and spoilt and pampered them. Basically why? She's not at all wary of those whom she trusted and spoiled them based on how much she trusted them. She also became vulnerable to any extent and let her guard down a lot. For example, she got loose like this. This model is the same height as Amain-kun. So it's easy to imagine how you will look if you wear this. As he got used to her, the basic distance became closer. When they first got to know each other, it was commonplace to keep their distance on the sofa and there was no way they could get close enough to touch each other. How about that? Right now, Mahiru seemed real relaxed as she was sitting next to Amain and then peeked into the fashion book he was reading. It's like she thought he would not or rather could not do anything to her and let her guard down. It was something that pained him to admit. The magazine on Amain's lap was just a fashion magazine, so it was not like he was bothered by her reading it. But since he was in a position where she was leaning close to him and clutching his arm, so he had no choice but to look at the magazine together. He understood it was not intentional but it was difficult for him to feel the occasional fluffy things asserting themselves on his arm. She hadn't seemed to realize that he was being hit and she smiled up looking at him while she pointed at the male model in the magazine. This dress would look good on you, Amain-kun. And he had to bite the inside of his cheeks every time she did this. He knew that he was not very demanding but even so, this situation was still draining his rationality. I wish you knew a little more about a thing called vigilance. Although he said that, he knew he would not be subject of her vigilance. But, he thought that she should at least be wary of the quirks. He began to wonder even if she saw him as a man by how careless she was. Amain-kun, what's wrong with you? You're not looking good? Mahiru tilted her head curiously at Amain's behavior. She had no idea that she was the cause behind it. He was almost about to say whose fault is it, but deceived her by replying with, it's nothing. By the time he realized that his voice came out a bit curt, Mahiru's eyes were already downcast. He hurriedly patted on her head to convince her. I'm not mad at you or anything. I was just thinking, is that so? Wen told her while he patted her hair. Her eyes softened as she was relieved. Seeing her, Amain also got relieved and began to enjoy the softness of her hair with a careful touch. He had recently noticed that Mahiru seemed to like having her head stroked. He knew that it was good to touch a woman you're not in a relationship with and the woman would also be uncomfortable if he stroked her head. But he couldn't help but touch Mahiru when she looked so comfortable with it, and Amain knew that if she didn't like it, she would have objected, which means that it was fine. He knew that her carelessness was also based on trust. Real why, you're too sweet on me. Basical why. Mahiru was real why sweet to Amain and didn't refuse him to touch her. In fact, he felt that she was happy with Amain touching her, as if to say she likes to be touched. You're going to have to be a little more vigilant or it's gonna get over my head. He felt if she continued to let her guard down, he might attack her someday. Right now, the feeling of not wanting to be disliked and not wanting to force her was overwhelming, but slowly his rationale was being whittled away and he was not sure if he was ready for that. He was afraid that a day may come when he will give in to his impulses. Although he didn't want to hurt her, he was afraid that he may ignore the warnings of reason and reach out to Mahiru. He wanted to take care of her and to make her happy. He didn't want to make her cry. Even though he understood this, the desire to mess things up with Mahiru still rose up in his head. He wanted to hold her soft body, slide his hands over her soft skin and taste her lips as much as he wanted. There were many times when he had unwanted fantasies and felt disgusted with himself. He was rude to Mahiru who trusted him. He scolded himself and despised himself of being a shitty person. He thought he should keep some distance from her to avoid such a thing, just in case. I can't do it now. What is it? When Mahiru asked back with a loose and fluffy expression, Amain looked away slightly and replied, "It's nothing." He had grown so fond of her that he couldn't even think of leaving her anymore, so he pretended not to know the faint alarm bells ringing in his head and continued to play with her hair. At night, it's a bad thing. The Lyrids meteor shower will be visible from midnight to dawn today. Such news came on the TV near the dinner time, and Amain swallowed what he had been saying and said aloud, "Hey." He was not much of a TV watcher by nature, and when he did turn on TV, it was either to play games or to watch a variety show or news program that gave him brief reports on daily events. He didn't even notice it on the most noise-making SNS, social networking sites, as he only looked at the most recent events in passing. Meteor shower? It's been talked about for a while, though. Amain drank the miso soup with a nonchalant face as Mahiru gave him a subtly dumbfounded look. He looked at Mahiru while soaking up the deliciousness of the meal, and saw that she was still looking at him with a slight look of dismay in her eyes. She sighed quietly, not intending to say anything more. Aside from that, the number of meteors in this meteor shower is a little lower than the 3 major meteor showers, but it is easier to observe them outdoors in a moderate climate, so the astronomy club is going to observe meteor showers as a club activity. Come to think of it, I think I heard one of the guys in my class talking about it. It was not good to listen to other people's conversations unnecessarily, and classmates who he was not close to are almost like strangers to him. So even if I heard them, I perceived them by as mere sounds. As a result, he was losing opportunities to interact with others. He realized that it was not good for him but had no intention of fixing it. Amain-kun, you're pushing things that you're interested in away from your thoughts. When you talk with people, you can communicate smoothly if you start with what they are interested in. I'm not that interested in people other than Mahiru, Itsuki, Chitaz, and Kadawaki. You guys are enough for me. If it had been Mahiru, Itsuki, or Chitaz who had told him about it, he would have remembered it exactly, but he was still not that familiar with others. With any other party, he would have forgotten about the conversation after hearing it lightly. It's just like you. I don't want to get involved with other people that much. I'm not the type of person who makes a lot of friends. You have a narrow range of friends. I am basically Weishlau but wide with a trench in the middle. Trench? It means those who have deepened their friendship to the level of being special. He laughed mischievously while he wondered if he was in that special category, but he guessed he didn't need to ask. If Amain was not being conceited, he was sure that he was among one of her closest friends. He doubted that he had the closest relationship with her as she was also on her guard against him, but she occasionally spoiled him too, so it was safe to assume he's in the special category. Thinking about it again made him feel somewhat embarrassed, and he sipped the miso soup again to cover his shame. The TV is broadcasting information about when is the best time to see it, and in which areas it can be observed will. According to the TV, the area where Amain and Mahiru lives fell into the category of best viewing places. It was not cloudy in the weather forecast, which would be perfect for observation. The conditions are real good, and he was beginning to think that it would be okay for him to do a little observation. Sometimes it's nice to watch a shooting star. Fufu. It's a rare opportunity. The weather is always bad on the day of the meteor shower. It's not always sunny. That's right. That's why it's perfect for today. But, late at night, I'm okay from sleepiness point of view, but I'm afraid it will affect me tomorrow morning. Well, there's nope tomorrow, so I guess we can look out from the window for a bit. He didn't think he would stay up all night long if there was physical education the next day, a special wire around the marathon. He didn't think there would be any impact for today. He was the type of person who didn't mind getting a little less sleep. He was not usual night owl, but he did not have any problem staying up a little later than usual on occasions like this. If it were possible, it would be better to observe in a large place like a park, but it would be dangerous to go out at night, and if they were not careful enough, they might even be arrested. Even if they saw it from the balcony, It would not interfere with the view of the night. So that was his intention this time. As he was making arrangements for the upcoming tasks, he noticed Mahiru had a distressed look on her face, mixed with some awkwardness. "What's wrong?" "No, I'd love to see it too, but I was wondering what I should do about it, because being up late is your skin's worst enemy." Mahiru had a constant rhythm in her life and her attitude towards beauty is more sincere than others. She said that she got a good night's sleep because her skin regenerated while she slept. Well, there is that too, but wouldn't a meteor shower be better to observe without lights around? Well, that's true. He thought that the beautiful starry sky would look more beautiful in the countryside than in the city. The problem of car emissions is one thing, but above all the lack of unnecessary lights would allow them to concentrate on the twinkling stars. The light in the darkness of night is the proof of human activities, but that light would interfere with the brightness of the stars which were born from burning of the stars. Of course, if the viewer were to turn on the lights, the brightness of the stars would appear diminished to a human eye. I know this may sound childish, but I'm not very good at being alone in the pitch-black situations, Mahiru said while she had difficulty choosing her words. She had a troubled smile on her face. "I'm fine when I'm sleeping, but I feel uncomfortable when I'm waiting. It makes my heart flutter and I get restless." Mahiru turned her head a little and slumped her hips as she lowered her voice more and more. She looked as she smiled stoutly, just to get panicked after seeing Amane's gaze. Amane had spent a reasonable number of months with Mahiru and he knew that this wasn't her strong point. "I think Observatory's official will leave an archive of the live broadcast on a video site, so I thought I'd watch that." "Won't you feel lonely?" "That. It sometimes gets lonely." She did not use the word scared, but she was acting as if not to show anxiety on her face and was looking somewhat frightened. "Amane can't afford to see her in this situation." "Do you want to come over here to look at the sky?" "Eh? I'm going to stay tonight to watch it anyway, so if you want to watch it with me, then it's fine." Since they both had the same goal, it wouldn't be a problem if they saw them together. Anyway, she was always with him and was used to being alone with him, so he was sure it wouldn't be a problem. But when he looked at Mahiru, she blinked her eyelids many times as if she was dumbfounded by what he said. He began to wonder why she was so surprised, but the next moment he realized he has said something real bad and a nah escaped from his mouth. "Even if the thought didn't come to my mind, it's not good for a woman to stay with a man late at night." He made the suggestion because it was normal for the next-door Mahiru to stay with Amane, but it was common sense for a man and a woman who were not in relationship to not stay by each other's side late at night. Of course, Amane didn't mean it that way, but it was true that he said something that could be questioned depending on how she received it. It was no wonder that Mahiru was surprised. "I don't have any ill feelings towards you. I just thought that if there was someone next to me, then we could watch it together. Is it okay if I stay here?" She looked at him as if she had found hope, and even though he suggested, he could feel a sense of crisis coming. "Well, that's my line, but it could be dangerous. If you real why we're going to do something, then you wouldn't say it in advance." "That's right. So don't mind." "Are you worried?" The important thing was that Mahiru had a bright expression on her face. It would be a lie if he said that no nasty thoughts came to his mind, but he was sure it wouldn't be a problem if kept saying to himself, "I'm not going to do anything like that." So, he decided to think that, "Then I'll go back home once I finish my dinner. I'll go home and come back after taking a bath and changing my clothes. Oh, I'll be ready to go to bed too." Thus Mahiru decided to stay. A soft smile that exuded a sense of ease and happiness bloomed on her face, causing Amane's gaze to wander through the room. "I'm looking forward to the shooting stars." He managed to answer a yes to the slightly bouncy and sweet sound of her voice. He again sipped the miso soup that was already finished to deceive her. "Sorry to bother you," as she said. Mahiru had gone home and came back reluctantly before the change of date. She came back in casual clothes as she knew it would be a major problem if she came in a nightgown. Her hair is loosely braided into a single bun and she is wearing a loose-fitting cream-colored one-piece dress. He knew it was impossible for him, but he thought he might turn her around if she came in a nightgown, so he was relieved inwardly that she didn't. He was worried she might look at him suspiciously because she has just greeted him. But Mahiru just smiled softly. Amain didn't know whether or not she noticed his inner agitation. Well, you know, the best scene would be quite late at night. So I think it would be hard to stay up for that long. It will be in a few hours. Is that okay? Yes. Thank you for your concern. After Amain invited her inside, she bowed politely and Mahiru moved to the living room. For the time being, he moved the low table away from the window so it would be easier to observe. He also placed Mahiru's favorite cushion near the window. He thought of pulling out the beaded cushion from the bedroom, which she also likes, but didn't bring it out and thought that he might sink into it and end up falling asleep. He also prepared a small blanket as a lap blanket, but since Mahiru is lightly dressed, he pulled out a large parka, which he had also prepared, and put it over her shoulders and then went to sit next to her. That's very thoughtful of you. Mahiru is the one who's usual why thoughtful. He'll at least be prepared for times like this. He laughed and wondered if she thought he was bad at preparations. He took the remote control and turned off the lights, to which Mahiru shuddered slightly. I'm sorry. I should have told you before I turned it off. No. I was just a little startled. I'm fine. Although she said that, he thought that he should not point out that she was grabbing the hem of the sweatshirt that Amain was wearing. Without saying a word, Amain leaned a little closer to Mahiru so it wouldn't be unnatural for her and then gently turned his gaze to look out of the window. Although he was not usually conscious of it, when he looked up at the sky, he could see color. It was dark blue and almost black with a hint of blue and purple mixed in it, so it made it seem both transparent and invisible. The colors were so quiet that he wondered if stars were trying to show their scattered brilliance. Perhaps the air was cleaner than usual today, but the tiny twinkling light coloring the sky seemed stronger than usual. It's beautiful, he muttered the words without making a sound and looked sideways at Mahiru, who was quietly looking up at the sky through the window. The moonlight perfectly illuminated well-defined lines of her body. It might be his imagination, but her long eyelashes seemed to shine gently in the pale light. Or was it that Amain's eyes were getting affected by the person he loved? However, what was certain was that Mahiru sitting next to him was very different from usual. She seemed delicate, ephemeral and yet somehow bewitchingly attractive. It's beautiful. I haven't seen a single shooting star, yet I think it's a beautiful sight. When Mahiru noticed his gaze, she turned to look at him and smiled slightly. Amain realized that he had forgotten himself for a moment and then hurriedly nodded his head. That's right. I've never seen stars quietly in the middle of the night like this, so I think it's refreshing. It seems so easy to calm down and look at the stars, but it's rare in the time-rushed modern society. I guess so. Well, regrettably, it is a little difficult to see from here. If I had been at my parents' house, I would have laid out a leisure sheet in the yard and watched it. It's easier to see the stars than here. Where his parents' house was located, there were very few people living there than in this area, and because of that there were fewer artificial lights, so the stars looked beautiful. Their yard was also reasonably large and well maintained, so it was possible to lay out a sheet and watch the stars. Amain remembered stargazing with his parents when he was small, though it was not a meteor shower. Fufu. It's nice to imagine. Well, it's a little more rural than here. The scenery also looks beautiful. It's nice. My house was on the upper floor of an apartment building, so I could see the night sky beautiful way. But I'm sure it would be much better to see it from Amain's parents' home. It must be beautiful. While he was at a loss as to how to respond to her words, Mahiru gave him a soft smile and quietly shifted her gaze outside. She was looking out with a gaze as if looking at a real distant place. Now it looks much more beautiful than before. I see. After managing to say that, Amain did not open his mouth any further and looked up at the sky in the same way. He thought about going out to the balcony but didn't want to leave Mahiru next to him, so he just quietly stared at the sky. The starry sky, which brought the brightness of ancient times to the present, did not tell Amain and his colleagues anything, but only brought a faint glow to illuminate the gentle darkness of the night. A mysterious and comfortable silence filled the room. The only sound they could hear was of each other's breaths and rustling of clothing. Somewhere in the distance, a car horn could be heard. How much time has passed since then? When Mahiru spilled out a small ah, she let out a childish sound and fell short of words. Reflexively, he looked at Mahiru and saw her eyes gliding her gaze to the sky as if she was following something and caressing it. He looked at the beautiful, sparkling eyes which were as beautiful as the stars and looked at her profile in a dazed manner. And then, after a delayed manner, he understood that she found a shooting star. He rushed and looked outside, but the shooting star's lifespan was short and it had long since burned out. He thought to himself, I've done it, but he was seeing something more beautiful than a meteor, so perhaps it was worth it. Did you wish for something? Don't you feel like things will come true if you don't say them? Is that the case? To begin with, my current request is more like a resolution or an oath rather than a wish. So it's a secret, implied a beaming Mahiru who was now staring at Amain. So, what did Amain ask for? No, nothing in particular. He couldn't say he was admiring Mahiru's profile, so he tried to cover it up vaguely, but it seemed that Amain's intentions were obvious. You didn't see them properly, did you? I'll look at it properly next time. Fufu, please do. Mahiru laughed with a hand over her mouth and returned her gaze out of the window again. This time, he looked out of the window, so that he was not told by Mahiru again. He saw Mahiru's body trembling a little. Even though it was spring, the nights were cold and the air conditioning was on, but Mahiru's and Amain's senses were different. Original why? Mahiru was not the type of person whose body temperature was that high, so perhaps a jacket and a blanket were not enough to keep her warm. He gently looked at her face thinking that this was a lack of consideration on his part, but then he rolled his eyes in surprise. Are you cold? No. I'm fine because Amain-kun lent me his jacket. It's big and warm. That's good to know. Amain felt embarrassed and endured his cheeks from loosening as he smiled at Mahiru. She had her sleeves completely inside the hoodie. When Mahiru puts it on, it inevitably ends up looking oversized. He didn't know if it was just him or it was for other geese too, but he liked to look at this kind of things that made the difference in body size apparent, and it made him feel embarrassed. The little fingers sticking out of the sleeves and gripping the hem of Amain's jacket looked real adorable. He tried to get up with an indescribable sense of joy and awkwardness. Well, I'm going to make a hot drink, so stay here. Oh, however, just a small voice and slight resistance sewed his hips to the floor. Mahiru's hand, which had earlier been holding the hem of jacket, is now holding Amain's hands, as if telling him not to go. Her slender fingers were quite cool, a bit colder than usual, and they were also shivering, which did not seem to be caused by the coldness. I'm sorry to disturb you. No, that's fine. But Mahiru's hands are rather cold. Mahiru froze as her thin fingertips tried to move away as if she was panicked, but Amain wrapped them in his own hand and grasped her hand as if to wrap it in his hand. He guessed that she was afraid of being left alone but didn't say it out loud. Mahiru, who gently relied on his grip, seemed embarrassed as she turned her eyes down a little, but she did not let go of Amain anymore. It's just that Amain-kun's hands are warm. Amain-kun is warm in so many ways. I feel real comfortable being by your side. Real why? He couldn't ask her what she meant by comfortable, but at least he knew that she saw him favorably. That was enough for Amain for now. Mahiru glanced at the clock while holding hands tenderly. He also squinted his eyes to check the numbers to see that it had almost been 2 hours since they started observing shooting stars. This is the first time I've stayed up this late at night. I usually stay up this late when I can't sleep. I've been a bad girl. You should be a bad girl for once in a while, because it'll be a bad boy with you. Fufu, you don't mind being a bad boy, do you? Everyone does good things and bad things, don't they? We are human beings, so we don't have to do everything right. It's just me and Mahiru here, so no one will blame us or complain. When he laughed and said that it would be no problem as long as they keep it a secret, Mahiru laughed as if she had been caught by the act. After re-holding Amain's hand with a somewhat redeeming smile that exuded relief and happiness, Mahiru leaned in closer to Amain. He froze for a moment but feigned ignorance because he did not want it to be taken as rejection. But, she gently moved her face close to Amain's ear. "Can I be a little more bad? Okay. What's up? I'm hungry. So let's eat at night," she said in a small voice with a subtle mixture of guilt and a sense that it was a bad thing. It seemed that it took Mahiru a lot of courage to do such a trivial bad thing. "What a cute bad thing to do," Amain nodded with a gentle smile. "I couldn't agree more. Let's do bad things together." Eating a cup of ramen noodles with a lot of toppings in the middle of the night would be the perfect bad thing to do. This time Amain and Mahiru stood up hand in hand. "I think there were seasoned eggs, boiled pork and cheese in the fridge. Let's use them all too." Seems like it would be hard to digest in the middle of the night. "It's a bad thing, I guess." When he told her mischievously, she smiled happily and seemed a little light. They laughed at each other and headed for the kitchen. This time their joined hands were not trembling, determination and feeling behind the scenes. "So, are you okay with that, Yuta?" Yuta was on his way home with Itsuki after the karaoke party, during the Golden Week. They walked off together till the station. But since they were now heading in different directions, Itsuki asked a question in a silent voice to Yuta, who had been silent until then. "What?" Yuta knew what the question referred to without needing to ask, but he pretended not to understand and kept a smile on his face. Itsuki took a slightly pained glance at Yuta and let out a small sigh before opening his mouth again. "Of course, it's about Shina." Itsuki's words came out natural yet in a hesitant manner, and Yuta also accepted the question as a matter of course. He had never directly told Itsuki about this, nor had he told his best friends, Kazuya and Makoto, about the matter. Makoto might have somehow guessed it, but that would be all. Itsuki must have detected the feelings that he had been secretly keeping hidden and keeping them out of sight as much as possible. He was aware that he was a type of person who attracted attention. That's why he kept them hidden. But this man seemed to have seen through Yuta's secrecy and was now giving him a worried look. He wryly smiled at Itsuki, who was giving him a probing look. He thought that Itsuki was a nuisance because he was always perceptive at times like this. "That's fine. I wasn't going to tell you in the first place, and I have no intention of telling Fujimiya-san or Shina-san either. I think you said something about being reserved or something earlier." No, I was never going to tell anyone. Fujimiya-san has nothing to do with it, and I don't intend to tell anyone, even more so since he and Shina-san have become such good friends. I'm telling you. It's not being reserved." He took the initiative to prevent his strangely sensitive friend from thinking anything strange, and he then laughed. He hoped that his laugh would not be received as something empty. "Well, I know I don't have a pulse or anything to begin with. I don't think I would want to come between them or get in their way." She doesn't admit that they're dating, but I saw the look on Shina's face when we ran into each other on their date, and I don't think I would stand a chance. It's at a level that I would get kicked by a horse if I interfere. Note, for those who might not know, there is a Japanese proverb, saying stating that people who meddle with others' love affairs should get kicked by a horse and die. The best reference source in English I can find at the moment is this Reddit comment. The smile she showed Amain was not her usual, beautiful angelic smile, but a sweet smile with the color and heat of emotion. The expression on her face and the look in her eyes told him that she loved Amain. When he saw something like that in front of his eyes, he was convinced that there was no way he could find a pulse. It was almost as if he wondered why Amain had not noticed her gaze for him. But even though Yuta had known Amain for a short time, from his perspective Amain was a coward who found it hard to see his own worth. He was not only petulant and cautious, but also a coward. Well, it's not normal to be favored by a perfect and beautiful girl like Shina-san, so I can understand why it's a little hard to believe. That said, he still has quite low self-esteem. He was not confident even when she looked at him in such an intimate way, and it was clear that she liked him. "Do you hold a grudge against Amain? Are you worried?" "I don't think it's in your nature. But just in case, is it real? Why good?" I'm Amain's friend, but I'm also Yuta's friend and I don't want either of you to be unhappy. As for the relationship between Amain and Mahiru, Yuta blinked in surprise after hearing him as he thought Itsuki was in favor of the two of them getting together. Apparently, Itsuki was worried about him. He cowered his shoulders as he felt a gradual warming in his chest. Don't worry, I don't want a horse to kick me, so I'm not gonna get in the way. Also, I am not so dull and you know that. Even if he and Amain were not friends, he would not be so reckless to interrupt those two from the outside. That was how close they seemed to him. Yuta and Amain were in a difficult situation as they are close friends. That's why Itsuki was being attentive to both of them and felt a little sympathy for them. Yuta smiled once more at the caring look he was giving. I'm not as hurt as you think, Itsuki. What can I say? My feelings for Shina-san were like longing for her. It's a real wife ain't feeling. It's true that he liked Mahiru, but if he was asked, was it a burning passion? He can't nod. It was so faint and gentle that it could be kept hidden and buried deep in his chest, not shown on his face and kept from being revealed. It's not like I've backed out because of Fujimiya, and if you ask me that I'm not serious, I'm probably not. Rather than clear feelings, I feel empathy and admiration for her coming first. Empathy? He smiled back at Itsuki, whose eyes were blinking wide as if he was surprised. I thought Shina-san was just like me, the type who was fed up with opposite sex. While I'm happy that they like me, I suffer from being stuck in a heavy position. But as for Shina-san, she can't change the face she shows to others. She suffocates in the depth of the smile she wears. Shina-san is just like me, but she gets around better than me. I admired her strength to hide everything behind a painless smile. Objectively speaking, Yuta was aware that his own appearance was more well-rounded than others, and he was also aware that he was capable of pursuing what he was good at, and he was proud of that. He also knew that it was because of that he's popular with the opposite sex. But, due to his appearance and abilities, he was seen as some kind of idol. That is why he could not develop a liking for a person who sought him as an object. He even felt somewhat empty. For the first time when he saw Mahiru in the same situation, he showed some interest in her and was impressed that behavior did not make him feel bitterness at all. He admired the way she stood alone, strong and dignified, but in the end, he was also seeing her as some kind of idol. To say the least, he was forcing an image on her that he himself was fed up with. The noble Mahiru, who he had taken a liking to, laughed as a girl only in front of Amain. Not as an angel or an inaccessible perfect beauty, but as a girl in love with only one person. And Amain accepted such a Mahiru as a matter of fact. Yuta could no longer see straight at Mahiru, who was similar to him before, now found someone who actually cared for her. I was not the only one who thought that she was a flower at the peak and would bloom with dignity even if she was lonely. But Shina-san is. I regret not thinking this, but Shina-san is a normal girl. I understood this at that time when I saw that she found someone she likes and is devoted to him. I want to support them instead of being by her side. I want her to be happy now. If she had finally found someone who understood her will, there was no reason why Yuta, who was in a similar position she was in, should not support her. You are so good looking in that way. What's that got to do with anything? Is that a compliment? It's a compliment. It's a compliment. I wonder if it real wise. Itsuki smiled faintly back at him as if he was teasing him. Well, that's fine. I'm going back to what I was saying. I don't hold a grudge against Amain. He's a good guy and it's a waste not to know him. Although he was not very prominent in the class, from Yuta's point of view, Amain was a very mild-mannered, kind-hearted and sensible person. He often acted sulkily towards Itsuki, but it was only on the surface and it was a kind of so-called joking around. In his essence, he was a sensitive and compassionate person who looked out for others and cared about them. His lack of self-confidence was a conspicuous flaw, but his seemingly simple but essential soft-spoken manner and gentlemanly demeanor were his greatest virtues. In the first place, the angel who only smiled beautiful at school and never revealed her true self was so trustworthy of him that his good character can be well documented. Amain also liked Mahiru and showed his fondness for her, albeit in a reserved way. It was also clear that he saw her as the only girl in his life. The way he gazed at her was like she's very precious and loving. Yuta could not come between two people who are in love with each other no matter how you looked at it. It is to be those two. Yuta did not believe in fate, but looking at their personalities and friendship, he was keenly aware that they both were destined to be together. How the two spend their time. What are you doing together with Shina-san these days? On their way home, Amane and Itsuki had stopped by a bookstore to buy some reference books, and Itsuki, who didn't have much interest in that area, suddenly asked him such a question in a quiet voice. He looked at him as if asking what he was talking about, but Amane just held a book with the title "How to Spend the Best Time on a Date at Home." He guessed that he was asking because of the headline of the magazine. He felt like he had been asked something similar before and wondered what this guy was even thinking by asking such questions when they were not even dating, but since had no guilty conscience, it would be more suspicious if he hid it from him. With that in mind, Amane turned his gaze a bit upward, still holding the reference book, while reminding himself of how he and Mahiru spent their time together. But, not real why. He didn't spend his time in any way that Itsuki thought they did. It was obvious. Amane and Mahiru were currently just close friends. Although they ate dinner together, they were still just friends. They were not in a relationship by any means. Therefore, there was not the sweet atmosphere that Itsuki might be expecting. Nor was there any skinship between them that was common between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. It was just a normal day they spent with each other. I mean, sometimes we are in the same room, sometimes we are doing our own things, sometimes we're studying. At best, we watch TV or read together. Although Amane's life was not quite the same as Mahiru, they both spent their time as diligent students. After enjoying the dinner prepared by Mahiru, they cleaned up afterwards and then prepared for the next day's classes by completing assignments and reviewing for the next day's class. What he said were just examples of what they did together. Sometimes Mahiru did lace knitting or embroidery, which she said was both a comfort and a hobby for her, while Amane sometimes spent his time playing video games or watching videos. They didn't always do things together, and when they spent their time doing what they liked, they didn't interfere with each other much. When he told him briefly about their daily lives, he looked at Amane in disbelief, his eyes widening and his mouth trembling. How can you be alone with the girl you like and not make any progress? Shut up. In the first place, just because I like her doesn't mean I can go for her. Lazy bastard. I am not going to do anything. I mean, if I do, my life will be in danger. Although it was impossible, but if Amane were to attack Mahiru with his bestiality at full display, Mahiru would not hesitate to attack him at vital points. In the first place, Mahiru had said in advance that she would attack him if anything happened, and she would certainly do so. There was a certainty that he would definitely be crushed. Would Shina-san do that? She declared it in the beginning that she would do it. Real why? Question mark. It seemed like Itsuki didn't think she was violent, but she was calm and graceful. She was calm and graceful even from Amane's perspective, so he hesitated a bit at conflicting thoughts before nodding once. Amane thought Mahiru is the type of person who is sensitive to danger and would not hesitate to eliminate the cause without any hesitation. Of course she had the right to refuse if he did something unpleasant, but it seemed Itsuki was a bit skeptical. Would you go that far? I don't want to hurt Mahiru in the first place, and I don't want her to hate me for forcing her to do something she doesn't want. Why would I do something like that when I want to cherish her? I don't want to be the type of bastard who would impose his needs on others. It would probably be more hard for Mahiru to hate Amane even if forced his desires on her, but still, Amane wanted to treat her gently and sincerely. He had no intention of forcing his selfish feelings and impulses on her. This was true whether it was Mahiru or any other human being. That's the beauty of you. But you're still a bastard, you're noisy. It's okay. I'm comfortable enough just spending time with her. He was not in a hurry to get to know her or anything. Of course he wanted to be liked, but he wanted her to take her time, get to know him and like him on a daily basis. The reason for that was she would not only look on the surface but also know the person named Amane well. He was known for his laxity and sloppiness, so he couldn't deny if he was being told that it would take some time to get to know him. Itsuki gave Main a subtle look of dismay at his words, but since he had no real intention of changing his opinion, he let it pass and took the reference book to the cash register. When he returned home, he helped Mahiru with cooking dinner as usual. Then after eating dinner together, they were having a relaxing study session. Their time hasn't really changed much. Mahiru was quietly revising next to Amain. She had already finished her assignments, so she seemed to be studying the contents ahead of time. There was no sensual development that Itsuki might be looking for, and since Amain was also a student, it was natural for him to study hard, so he was quietly working through the reference book that he just bought today. The only sounds he could hear were scratching of the pencil, turning of pages and quiet sounds of their breaths. The TV was turned off for the sake of concentration, so the space was truly tranquil, especially since it was the time of night. Amain was also quietly solving a reference book for a while, but his concentration was starting to wane a bit, so he looked up to take a break. He was solving the reference book without changing his posture. He lightly moved his shoulders up and down to loosen up and turned to look at Mahiru. Her stretched-out posture was beautiful and cool to everyone. Her profile was serious as she silently moved the mechanical pencil. The slightly downcast eyes had a hint of fragility and glamour, so Amain involuntarily let the pencil slip out of his hand and gazed at Mahiru as if he was amazed. "What's wrong?" Mahiru seemed to have noticed his gaze and twisted her body and turned her face to look at him. Mahiru had a soft floating smile on her face. He seemed embarrassed that he had been admiring her. "No, nothing." "Real why?" "No, well, I just thought your body posture looked beautiful." He was not lying, so she might forgive him. It was true that he was admiring her posture. When her posture was mentioned, Mahiru blinked quickly and repeatedly. "Is that so? I think it's normal. I think it's great that that's your norm. You keep your back straight when you eat, and that's proof that you have good posture." "Fufu, well, Koki-san was strict about that. A good posture and manners will make others feel good about you, and if you have a good posture, you will look forward and natural why gain confidence." Mahiru said that while smiling elegantly, which was very persuasive. Of course, between a gracious posture and coarse posture, the gracious one would be natural why favored and a person with a good posture looked confident. "Amain-kun is a little stooped. I think you should be more conscious of keeping a good posture and strengthening your back muscles. Here, shimmy." With a cute onomatopoeic sound, she lightly gripped Amain's shoulders with one hand and put the other hand on his back as if to stretch his back, which had become somewhat rounded, and corrected his posture. Good posture is a sign of a well-trained body. If your muscles are weak, your core will be shaky and your body tends to be rounded. You've been working hard on your training recently, so this may be an intervention, but your legs and back are important too, and you should also strengthen the muscles in your torso. Consciously improving your posture is also part of your training. Mahiru came close to him and whispered this as gently patted his straightened back. He became terrified and couldn't help but let out an "oh" in response. Mahiru chuckled and her laugh was clear and light as it sounded like the ringing of a bell. "You don't have to get so awkward. You can correct your posture just by being a little conscious of it." He seemed to be a little confused by the unfamiliar posture and stretched his back as Mahiru looked with relief. He nodded to her as if to say it's good, and looked that Mahiru was a little away from his side, as she stated at Amain. "What? I'm repaying you for what you just said." "All right." Mahiru was looking at Amain this time, which was very hard for Amain. Mahiru was smiling happily and looking at him with her beautiful posture. She gave the impression somewhat of a mischievous child. "I don't think there's anything fun about watching me." "That's not the case. It is fun." "Where is the fun?" "Well, Amain-kun has surprisingly long eyelashes and your bangs are getting longer and seem to be getting in the way. So it's fun to observe." She was looking at unexpected details, making him more and more embarrassed. Absolutely. He was gonna get embarrassed if she looked at a part of the body he had never been very conscious of. It was not like he didn't like it or anything, but it was kind of embarrassing to have the person he loved checking him in such detail. "Don't look at me too much." "No, You're cute. He wondered what part of him was cute, but before he could complain, he heard Mahiru's cool laugh. A maine-coon has a lot of charm in places he might not have noticed. So I thought I would have a proper look. When he saw Mahiru elegantly smiling at him with a hand over her mouth, Amain couldn't stand it any further and turned back to his reference book while moaning. Do as you please. It was inevitable. Because of Mahiru, he had no strength left in his body and had to lie down on the desk, which further increased her laughter. Afternoon sleep and Mahiru's curiosity. In the late afternoon, on his day off, Amain was lying on the sofa and enjoying a nap. Even though summer was slowly approaching, the temperature was still comfortable without needing air conditioning, making it a perfect time to nap. An hour after lying down on his favorite couch, he was awakened by a presence at his side. Adal. No matter how warm it is, you'll catch a cold with your Vol5 out. He heard a voice that sounded somewhat dismayed, and when he opened his eyes thinly, he saw Mahiru, who had turned her back on him, and her voice sounded like rebuke. She went to take out a blanket from the basket that was on the shelf. He looked at his abdomen to see it was full exposed. His shirt might have turned over when he was turning over in sleep. There was no unnecessary fat thanks to Mahiru's diet control, moderate jogging and exercising, but neither were his abs well defined as those of Yuta. He felt embarrassed that Mahiru saw his thin Vol5 with some visible muscles. Real why? You can't be helped, right? Mahiru murmured some words in a small voice that sounded somewhat gentle and compassionate, and he couldn't help but be struck by the sound of them. Mahiru turned round and came closer with a blanket in her arms. He wondered what Mahiru would do if he continued to pretend that he was asleep. So he kept looking up with his eyes dimmed so as not to get found. He was inwardly nervous that she would say that he had a sloppy Vol5, but she turned her eyes down with a slight embarrassment. Her cheeks were tinted and her gaze rested on his abdomen as if she was wondering something. Speaking of which, I think he said that he was doing muscle training. More than before. The words she mumbled reminded him that his body was firmer than when he had caught cold, and she nursed him back to health. At that time, he was living a very unhealthy life and was more like a sprout than a man. Now that he worked out a bit more, he was probably more robust than he was back then. Mahiru blushed faintly as she reminded Amain of the old days, but she showed no signs of removing her gaze from his abdomen. She did not seem to realize that Amain was awake and was fidgeting. He could not get up because he was afraid that she would run away if he woke up now, so he had no choice but to watch the situation. Seeming curious, Mahiru's small hand traced his exposed abdomen. Whenever her soft fingertip traced the slight unevenness of Amain's abdominal muscles, a sensation that should not be revealed slowly caresses his back muscles. Yo, this situation is not good. He might not have thought anything about it if she had touched him directly and without hesitation, but it was a different story now that he was being traced with a soft touch in a shy and hesitant manner. Her touch was almost furtive, stirring up feelings and impulses that he would not want to come out at the moment. It would be more helpful to have her touch him strongly so that he doesn't mistake her touch in a different sense. But Mahiru was only touching him with a careful and attentive hand so that Amain wouldn't wake up. That was why it was so frustrating. He had to admit that he was happy being touched by the girl he liked, but it would be bad if he didn't stop her now, as it seemed to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. He grabbed her wrists to stop her from touching him any further, and her body shook in an easy-to-understand manner as if she was surprised. The way you are touching me is troubling. On the contrary, it was not good when he stopped her, as the location of her hand was near his lower abdomen. He put his hand where her hand was as she froze. The only movements were of her mouth and her eyes, as her eyes were wide open and her mouth was fluttering, as if she could not believe what was happening. Perhaps she was not aware of it, but Amain was aware of it and he had to stop her. I wish you would touch me when I'm awake. Normal. Why, Mahiru? Why, you were pretending? Sorry. I was wondering what Mahiru might do. Mahiru's face instantly boiled at Amain's words, and she escaped from his clutches and covered herself with the blanket. I am sorry. I am sorry. Yeah, your body is stronger than I expected. If you're curious, then let me know. I'll let you touch me. Well, how should I say it? If you touch me like that too much, it's not good for me because I'm a man too. Or, It'll do something undesirable to Mahiru, so please be careful. This time it was just barely enough, but if she had continued touching him a little more, then it would have been a real bad situation for them. I appreciate that you tried to cover me with the blanket, but I hope that next time you will put it on normal. Why? So sorry. Did you have fun? Mahiru looked so cute sitting down that he couldn't help it, and unintentional why asked as she was trembling with her face red. As soon as he asked her, her body shook and then she pressed both her fists against his stomach with a tearful expression on her face. I was bad, but Amain-kun is mean. As soon as Mahiru muttered this, she got up and fled away with the blanket. Amain closed his eyes to calm down his slightly frustrated body as he tightly his lips together. It's hard to watch friends' love affair. Chitters, who took pride in being Mahiru's best friend, was extremely frustrated by the fact that her best friend's love would not come to fruition. This was probably due to their mutual avoidance of stepping into each other's shoes, but Mahiru and Amain were cautious because of their personalities. But it was frustrating that they were not making any progress even though they both seemed to be in love with each other from the outside. Would you prefer this one or this one? Mahiru seemed troubled over the clothes as she was holding the dress against her body, to which Chitters smiled warmly with an indescribable feeling in her heart. They had just come to buy some summer clothes, and after picking up some clothes that caught her eye, she began to mull over them. From Chitters' point of view, Mahiru would look good in the dresses as most of the dresses suit her, and if she walked around wearing that outfit, she would get approached by people everywhere she goes. Still, she was troubled because she was worried, thinking how the person she loved would look at her. I think he'd say they are both good. Amain was very gentlemanly towards Mahiru, and was a person who could smoothly compliment a woman's appearance. Since he complimented Mahiru herself objectively, it was clear that he would praise her as adorable no matter which one she chose. The level of enthusiasm he would show between Chitters and Mahiru would be quite different. Chitters' words brought a wry smile on Mahiru's face as she compared the clothes in her hands again. I'm sure that's true, but if that's the case then, I'd prefer to wear something that he'd like, you know. I think I will looks better if I wear what he likes. I want people to think that I'm prettier. I'm not saying that I want to buy something according to Amain's standards, but I'm just to self-satisfy myself. Mahiru's eyes reflected the two outfits as if she's seeing Amain through the clothes and not the clothes themselves. Amain-kun compliments me that I look cute when I get dressed up, but he doesn't really say what he likes. That's right. He says things like, wearing what you like is the best. That's right. I would be happy if I like what Amain-kun likes, and I'd be happy if he thinks that I'm cute. I would be happy if he thinks I'm cute, so I would like to dress up in something he likes. A loving, happy and sweet smile appeared on her face. Her smile was so beautiful and flawless that even Chitters, who was of the same sex, could not help but be stunned and admire it. Chitters hurriedly tried to stop her because the shop clerk was looking at Mahiru smiling, but she was still beaming as if she didn't see Chitters breaking into cold sweat. Of course, it's not always. I want him to think that I'm more prettier than usual on a day like our outing. Mahiru looked embarrassed and raised her gaze with a little pride as she tried to recall Amain's appearance, who was not here. She looked more prettier and fiddling than any other girl Chitters knew. Isn't it schlau of me to try so hard to make someone think I'm pretty or get a compliment? I think most girls would beat the crap out of any man who would gal that schlau. Chitters would not keep quiet about anyone who was going to complain about a girl who explored the favorite clothes of the person she liked in such a teasing manner. She was relieved that Amain was the type of person who acknowledged, cherished and respected the efforts of such girls, but there was also a strong question why he did not notice when she was so thoughtful. I know it's useless to say this, but that's how he is. It would be easy to understand it all at once if he saw expressing her love and concern for him. But Mahiru didn't want to show such behind-the-scenes efforts. Amain could only see them after Mahiru gave in her all and guised in the best outfit. But it's my privilege to see Mahiru working hard like this. She was kind of itchy and happy to know a side of Mahiru that Amain didn't know of and felt a little bit of superiority over him. Okay, I've decided to go with this one. While Chitters was inwardly boasting to Amain that he would be so jealous of her, Even though he wasn't here, Mahiru had decided on the clothes she would buy. She carefully put back the clothes she wasn't buying back on the shelf and headed to the cash register with the marine dress she had chosen in her hand. "Amain is a lucky man," Chitters quietly muttered as she watched her back. On another day, while Chitters was heading home, she saw a young man with familiar dark hair standing still in the park with hands on his knees. His shoulders were rising and falling widely. Probably he was trying to catch his breath after a jog. He was also dressed in sportswear. Come to think of it, she had heard that Amain had also started working out, and she couldn't help but smile when she remembered he had also asked Tutor, who was a childhood friend of Chitter's in a way, to teach him a few things. "Hey, what a coincidence." She approached him with a smile and waved her hand, thinking that she should greet him since she spotted him while passing by. Gee, Chitters. Amain, who seemed to be training, had a very rude reaction. "What kind of reaction is that? Like you met someone terrible?" "Because whenever Chitters comes near me, I'm wary that you're gonna tease me." "But, why are you here? You don't live in this area, do you?" "I've been invited by Mahiru, so." They often played at Mahiru's home together. Since Mahiru's room was bigger than Chitters's room and Chitters's brothers were always at home during vacation, and they tried to get in touch with Mahiru, so they often chose Mahiru's home. Her older brothers led a fairly free life since they were university students, but there was no sign of women in their life, so a beautiful friend of their younger sister was quite attractive to them. From her point of view as a sister, she wanted to curse them and tell them to stay away from her, that this girl had a proper partner or she would actually kick them out. Chitters, who was secretly protecting Mahiru from their poisonous fangs, laughed, slightly agitated. "You must be jealous, right?" she said to Amain, who knew nothing about it. Of course, Amain was slightly annoyed by Chitters's tone of voice and raised his eyebrows subtly but didn't distort his face any further. "Oh, then you must go or else you'll make her wait." "You're so slow, aren't you? I'm here earlier than I promised." Fair enough, that she was almost always late for school, but she tried not to be late for playdates with friends and had never been late today. She was acting in a way so that she had enough time to stand and talk with Amain, so she wouldn't be late even if she talked a little. However, when she tapped her chest as if to insist that she was thinking properly, a subtly stunned Zu said something unnecessary. "You're pretty much last minute at school, though." She let his comment pass for the time being. "Anyway, enough about me." "But, was Amain-kun working out?" "Well, because it's a daily workout, I'm impressed you have a routine. It's a big difference from before." "You're noisy." Amain, who had never been so fond of exercising, had changed since the spring. Perhaps it was him admitting that he liked Mahiru. To be honest, the previous Amain was not exactly gloomy, but he was dark, quiet and did not want to do much with others. That changed when he found someone he liked. As someone who had been watching him from close quarters, he had gone from being downcast to someone looking forward. It made her think that the power of love is great. People can change, can't they? When she saw Amain trying to change with a positive attitude, she thought he was very different from her old self. "In my case, I've changed positively for rather negative reasons." She remembered her junior high school days and felt a subtle reluctance, but she laughed while trying to keep her shyness from surfacing. "I guess falling in love can change both men and women." "I think you're laughing in a teasing way." "No, I'm not that cynical. I just can't believe that the apparently careless Amain would start a body modification program." Is that hard?" "I think you're the type of person who would do his best for Mahiru. It's like the power of love." She wondered if she had said too much and became angry as he went quiet and looked at him and added as if to say, "I didn't mean to sound like that," but he just shook his head. "I'm not doing it for Mahiru. I just can't stand the thought of me standing next to Mahiru and being pointed inferior. I just want to be proud of myself." She didn't want to force him to say that he was doing it for Mahiru. Chitters was somewhat relieved when Amain said it with a straight face and couldn't help but laugh. "What can I say? They are so much alike." Amain and Mahiru may seem like the complete opposite of each other to people who didn't know them, but from Chitters's perspective, who knew them real well, they were very much alike. They were hard workers improving themselves for their own sake, not for someone else's, and they didn't shift the responsibility to the other person. They were both trying to be worthy because they wanted to stand next to the other. From Chitas's perspective, Amain was determined, which was wonderful. She was worried that it would be hard for him to cope up, but guessed her fears were unfounded since he was willing to work hard. Well, it's also true that it makes her even more impatient. She knew that Amain was yet ready to express his feelings to Mahiru as he was trying to improve himself. So she felt sorry for Mahiru, who appealed to him to confess in a teasing manner. Or should she sympathize with Amain, who was in love with her, but was shaken to his core because of her teasing? Whatever may be the case, it was frustrating for those who were watching them, as they didn't seem to get together anytime soon. At any rate, she gave Amain a pat as a show of support, but Amain glared back at her, giving her a "what the hell" look. "Do you have any problem?" I thought Amain was serious and sincere in that way. "By the way, what do you like about Mahiran?" When she asked him what was on his mind, his eyes widened and his mouth moved in an expression of astonishment. He was more surprised than she expected. She had always tried to avoid asking such a direct question, but now that he had admitted his feelings for Mahiru were positive, she thought it would be okay for her to ask him. She smiled and guessed that Amain didn't expect to be suddenly asked such a question. She waved her hand to say that, "I'm not going to tell Mahiran. I don't intend to do anything so wild. Do I need to tell you?" "Well, that's not the case. I'm just curious. Everyone likes Mahiran, but Amain probably doesn't like her for that reason. I was curious because we are friends. Mahiru is cute. She was popular among the boys, and even from the point of view of Chitas, who was of the same sex, could say that her appearance, personality and gestures were all cute. There were many reasons why students at school liked Mahiru, as she was an ideal girl, like an angel who treated everyone calmly and gently, was kind to everyone and treated everyone indiscriminately. However, as Chitas knew Mahiru well enough, her impression of Mahiru was different from that of boys in school, who didn't know her well. If that is the case, then Amain's impression of Mahiru about what kind of girl she was, what he liked about her, should be different from them, as he knew a lot more about Mahiru than Chitas. She did not give Amain a teasing look this time. He raised his eyebrows and dropped his gaze as if he was a little troubled. "Why are you asking? It's a little difficult." "I think I like her altogether." The answer he gave after some thought was, in a sense, what she expected. Mahiru isn't as perfect as people think. There are times she is modest and quite strong, but there are times when she is a little sulky. She evaluates things without mercy or hesitation. At times, I don't know if I'm unfaithful, she would headbutt me and punch me, and she gets frightened when she has a scary dream. If you see that side of her, you know that she is a normal girl. The expression on Amain's face as he was speaking in a small and sloppy tone was endlessly kind. It was probably because he was speaking while thinking about Mahiru. "I don't know how much Chitas knows about her, but I think she is a lonely person who is timid about reaching out to others. She hides this fact even though she always smiles. She is the type of person who should rely on others but doesn't know how much she can rely on others and how much she can rely on herself. So, she stays small and ensures it with her own strength. It's okay to just say it." Even Chitas understood this part of her somewhat. Even if something was real hard for Mahiru, she didn't turn to Chitas. She has seen her try to swallow whatever was bothering her so as not to show it. "The first time I relied on her and she spoiled me, and now I want to cherish her and be by her side. It's very different from wanting to protect her." "Well, I want to protect her from the unreasonable suffering and don't want her to suffer. I don't know what to say. She is clumsy to rely on people and I want to snuggle up the timid and lonely part of Mahiru." Amain looked and it was clear that he really cared about the girl who wasn't here. "I want to laugh with her and want to be next to her to support her. I want to support her when she's having a hard time. I want to get over the hard times together. When Mahiru wants to cry, I want to accept her and bear the pain with her." Chitas looked straight at Amain, who raised his head and showed his eyes. His eyes were calm but they were filled with certain determination. "The answer to what I like about her is I love everything about her. Her strong points, her weak points, everything. That's the reason it's hard. Perhaps he was embarrassed for saying the last part. Amain turned away with a faint blush on his face. Chitter's lips' natural Y formed an arc. That's right. Mahiran is in love with you too. He was the boy who respected and cherished her so much. It was because Mahiru sensed this. She liked him and wanted to be by his side. Chitters approached Amain, who had turned on a tap and was letting water out to deal with the blush on his cheeks. He had the impression of a person who has fallen in love. Hey, Amain. Shika led Amain out, who was cooling his face while he was pretending to sweat, giving violent gestures. He stared at her with a red face, perhaps because the shame has not yet left in his body. What the? Don't tell me I'm stinking. No. Don't worry, I won't say such rude things. I'm just glad to be friends with Amain. What's with the sudden embarrassment? Fufu, I was just thinking. For the time being, she thought that she wanted to tell him that Chitters had seen many people change and had herself changed and became friends with many different people. Even though he had not met many personalities, she was genuinely glad to have met Amain. She would not concede that Itsuki was his best friend, but she thought she would be second or third on his list. It would be much quicker if he just told Mahiran what he just said. Even Chitter's cheeks turned hot when she heard his ardent feelings of love. He was so serious and unwavering in his feelings towards Mahiru that she feared that if Mahiru heard it, she would turn bright red and collapse. The conclusion she reached was that it was still a bit of a drag. Amain had an apologetic look in his eyes, but Chitters was not bothered by his statement and gave him a pat on the back. She told him to do his best, in both senses. Well then, I'm going. Oh, that's right. You better not stuff your stomach too much for dinner. As there are desserts. She was going to Mahiru's home to make sweets and she was sure they were gonna be served after dinner. Chitters was already feeling a bit heartburn from not having made it into Mahiru's house yet, let alone not made the sweets. She laughed once more at Amain, who had no idea what she was talking about. Ah, is that why you two? Chitters headed to Mahiru's house in a good mood, thinking that it was hard to keep an eye on friends' love life without interfering unnecessarily. Even angels have their pet peeves. Amain was a rather free person because unlike other students, he wasn't doing any club activities or working part-time. Moreover, even if he lived alone, he had dinner together with Mahiru, which reduced the amount of housework he had to do. Of course, he never missed his studies and his housework had become more manageable, though it was far from perfect since he was taught by Mahiru. He also worked out every day to improve himself. Although he had more things to do compared to the students who lived in their parents' home, Amain was also a rather free person, in the sense he was not dictated by his parents, and he had more freedom than students who live with their parents. Today too he had plenty of time to spare. He completed his assignment, did muscle training after waking up from bed and went shopping in the morning on his way to a jog. Since he had been cleaning his clothes regularly, he didn't have anything major to do even on his days off and just did regular maintenance and cleanup. By 3 p.m., he was completely free, so Amain decided to play a game. He moved the low table out of the way so that he could relax and play the video games. He sat on a fluffy rug that he had recently washed after he had removed dust and wool ballast and settled down in front of the TV. I haven't done this in a long time. The first game he launched was a side-scrolling action game in which he had to move the character, which was almost like a cute pastel pink sphere, through the stages. The game was released several years ago and he had completed it many times. The reason why he still played it every time without getting tired of it was because the game was fun. However, he didn't often play a game he had cleared before, because he doesn't enjoy the scenarios as much as he was content once he completed the game. At most he would play a game twice. After the second time, he could easily clear challenging aspects of the game and would play whenever he felt like. For some reason, he never got tired of this kind of intuitive action game as he enjoyed the light melody and the pop patterns in the game. As he was thinking this, Mahiru sat down next to him. Lately, one of her weekend day was spent at Amain's house, and today too she was here after she had made lunch for the two. Just because the two of them were together didn't mean that they were aware of each other, and they spent their time doing their own things. So when Amain played games, Mahiru usually spent her time in her own way, but It seemed like Mahiru was curious today as she brought her favorite cushion and sat down next to him as she stared at the TV screen. Is this fun? That's right. If it wasn't fun, I wouldn't be playing it. That's true. I was just curious because of the cute character moving around. The operating characters in this game were cute, so it made sense that it caught Mahiru's eye, who loved cute things. I know Mahiru likes cute things. Well, this character is very popular and is often made into merchandise, so I think it's an easy to make design. It's cute because it's round and beautiful eyes. I know it's cute, but what he's doing is devilish. It's rather cruel. It's more merciless in methods than defeating an enemy. Yes? Amain dared not to attack carelessly, so from Mahiru's perspective, it just looked like a cute fluffy character moving around and wobbling to dodge enemy mobs. However, when this character's signature move was used, it could be more than just cute. It literal Y, physical Y captured its opponents, took away their powers and used it to defeat them. It would not return to its original form once it took away the power, and would be replaced if the opponent had superior abilities. The abandoned ability was discarded from the body in the form of a lump of energy, and its eventual Y disappeared somewhere. No, it was cute on the surface of the game, but when you thought about it, it was frightening. To explain it in words, it would be pretty easy to defeat the enemies with a normal weapon. I think Mahiru is relatively weak against cute things. Is it bad? No. I think you're just cute in that way. I feel I'm being ridiculed. He didn't mean it in that way but guessed she took it in the wrong way. As Mahiru expressed her dissatisfaction with a subtle ruffling of her light red lips, he thought it was cute again, but he was afraid he would get a smack time. So he swallowed his words and didn't say anything and he restarted playing the game. Amain smiled natural way at Mahiru who looked slightly excited as the character with the cute body floated and slipped through the gaps between the enemies. Would you like to give it a try if you like it? He thought that if she was curious, she might want to try it, but it was unexpected for Mahiru as she mumbled in a small voice and asked him in a reserved tone. Are you sure? If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have said it in the first place. Besides, I'm the type of person who enjoys watching it. Then I'll give it a try. Curiosity seemed to have overcome her to reserve as Mahiru accepted the controller offered to her, albeit a little hesitantly. For the time being, he asked her to choose the first stage as it was a tutorial. He explained the button operations and characteristics of character and left the test to her. Immediately, he heard a mwah sound and it seemed like it came from Mahiru's mouth. He had felt this way before when he let her play the racing game. To say the least, she was very bad at video games. It was not that she didn't improve at all, but she was the type of player who took a lot of time for her to step up and improve. She was a good learner but for some reason it didn't reflect in video games. As someone who could handle almost any game at first try, he found Mahiru a very strange creature. Rather, I don't know how you can die to this degree. I don't know either, Mahiru. You know you're supposed to have a good dynamic vision. I think you will get used to it. Don't worry if you can't do it though. Games were just for entertainment and the best way to enjoy them was to have fun. Playing games was not an obligation, nor was it a problem if you can't do it. You can't be blamed for not being able to do it. Amain have no intention of blaming Mahiru for not being able to play properly. It's frustrating not being able to do it. The words she spilled out did sound like she was frustrated. I hate losing in this part of the game. Just do your best. If she had a desire to do something, she would keep going for a long time, so he would have to stop her after an hour. But if she still wanted to play, he would let her do it as per her will. There was no need for her to feel bad because she failed to clear it. Mahiru glanced at Amain with the controller in her hands as if she was appealing to him. Amain-kun, please teach me how to play it. All right. Apparently, she decided it would be better to ask someone who can play to teach her how to play it thoroughly. So, Amain readily agreed to teach her once she asked him. He thought it would be a safe bet before he realized that Mahiru stood up and sat back down between Amain's loosely crossed-legged legs. Ignoring the fact that Amain hardened, Mahiru made a place for herself dexterously avoiding Amain's legs as she sat in a triangular position. Why? If I want to learn how to play the game, I thought it would be more efficient for you to teach me how to move the character around, and it would be hard to do that if you're next to me, so this is the only way. She was convinced that it was better to be closer to the person who was teaching her how to move the character, but he wanted to throw at Tsukumi at her calm self that it was more problematic and mental-wise difficult for him to move the character around. Note: meaning of Tsukumi here is the act of pointing out something is ridiculous or very silly. He has hugged her before and hugged her very closely, but this was a different kind of closeness. Right now their bodies were touching each other as she was leaning back and holding his hand, but if he leaned a little forward, their torsos would touch each other and his face would slightly hit the back of her head. If put his hands on the controller held by Mahiru, then he would be in the situation of wrapping himself around Mahiru and hugging her from the behind. Oh no. I doubt that. So, what are we gonna do? She's not even listening to me. He held his forehead and worried about getting a headache as Mahiru dared to go through Amain's Tsukumi, but perhaps he should be more worried about his heart than his headache right now. Why was such an enjoyable game time during the holidays turning into such a happy and painful torture time? If he could be honest about his desires and just embrace Mahiru, it would probably be a happy time, but his reasons and common sense had put a stop to that. So this was a new kind of harassment, like he was forced to wait with delicious food dangled in front of me. Even so, he can't say that he didn't like it. It was probably because Mahiru was relying on him and he had no other intention. She trusted Amain and that's why settled down there. In other words, it was Amain who was to put up with it. Are you listening? Yes, Mom. I'm listening. He hoped she would forgive him for being a bit reluctant about it. In response to Mahiru's voice, which sounded as if she was urging him to hurry up, Amain once checked that his reasoning was sound and gently placed his hand on top of Mahiru's hands which were holding the controller. The soft and somewhat scent of Mahiru made his reason waver for a moment, but he suppressed his urge to hug her and wrapped her in his arms, leaving some space between them. His efforts were ruined by Mahiru in moments as she leaned her back against him. The game has been over at the same spot for a while. What should I do? Amain smattering spoke. Why are you smattering? He looked at Mahiru, who was surrendering herself to Amain. He was resisting his urge to rush in and say whose fault it was. Her small body easily fit into his arms as it was natural for her to be there. It seemed like Mahiru was not even aware of the distance between the two, but Amain is aware of it. I guess she doesn't see me as a man. He was thinking so earnestly, as Mahiru had come to rely on him and he had to meet the expectations. So he threw his thoughts out of the window and directed Mahiru's fingers to play the game so that he would not be conscious of her. He told himself that she was just his neighbor and he was just helping her get used to the movements of the game character as she worked hard. These guys have a programmed movement, so if Mahiru can read their pattern, it's not that hard. I'm in trouble because I can't read it. You'll get used to it. Try it. Why is it game over now? It didn't hit me. Unfortunately, it hit you. I saw it. I avoided it properly. Don't sulk. Don't sulk. You can start over from the beginning of the stage. As he was getting used to her, the smile caused by Mahiru's poor performance began to win over his reasoning, so he showed her how to defeat the enemy as if demonstrating her and was slightly relieved. Look, you got it, didn't you? Yeah, you are getting better. Well done. Mahiru didn't seem to be bothered by the repetitive practices, and if she did it over and over again, she would learn to play it properly. So, he praised her firmly when she succeeded. She told him to speak gently and not to speak loudly as it is too noisy when she is nearby, and she moaned quietly. Mahiru? No, well, I'm having a hard time getting it to work. The fact that she was stuttering her words was a bit suspicious, but what she was saying was not strange, so he let it go for the time being. I think you have got used to this kind of thing, and it only takes practice. So, if you don't like it, let's stop here for today. I don't mind. Oh, yeah? Then it's alright. Amain flinched as Mahiru suddenly raised her voice, but for some reason she seemed more embarrassed than Amain as she dropped her head. I'm ashamed of my carelessness and slowness. You don't have to get so worried over a game. That's not it. But it's okay. Yeah? In the end, He has got no choice but to turn her neck, but it seems that Mahiru was willing to answer his question. So he turned her over and held down her knees. Well, the way Amain-kun was teaching me, I think that was it. After some time, a small question arose in his mind. I don't mind it. It's just that, well, it's a little, I don't know, close, but I don't think I would hate it more than Mahiru would. Why would you not like to teach me like that? I mean, I'm not sure. It's a little dangerous, isn't it? What if I touch you in some weird places? In his current position, he could easily hug her and slip his hands in the wrong places if he wanted to. Even so, he didn't want to be disliked. He thought such things should only be done by the people who like each other, so he didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. But the fact he didn't have any intention was not the same as being wary of it. After all, Mahiru's caution towards Amain was too thin. Are you going to do it? At Amain's words, Mahiru leaned in and looked towards him. Her caramel-colored eyes had a clear mischievous glint in them. Her cheeks seemed a bit redder than usual and were loose around her mouth. Looking at her teasing face, Amain deliberately frowned and pulled her soft cheeks. I will not. Uh-oh. He pinched and stretched Mahiru's cheeks and then he heard a scruffy and somewhat silly voice. At the end of the day, he could say that some things were real bad even when said as a joke. Amain was completely appealed by her sex appeal and took a deep breath to calm his heart which pounding real strongly. She is real bad for my heart. He was sure she said that to tease him. He sighed. While playing with her soft cheeks he thought that she was real good at upsetting people. Mahiru who was in his arms complained to him in a squishy voice. How long are you going to do this? After that, he regained his composure and continued with playing games. But it went without saying that after 2 hours of playing games he came to the conclusion that games with action elements were not suited for Mahiru. Sleep over and talk. Mahiru has beautiful skin, doesn't she? Mahiru was in daze when she heard the sound of her skin bouncing against the water. It was when Chitters, who was soaking in front of her, muttered to Mahiru. The bathtub was spacious enough for one person but it felt a bit narrow for 2 people. However, Mahiru had come to take Chitters' presence for granted, to the extent that she found the smallness of the space comfortable. Chitters had come to stay with her for the holidays. She wanted to bathe Mahiru and she allowed it. But even though she was of the same sex, it was not so pleasant for Mahiru to be seen so much. The reason why she didn't feel uncomfortable was because Chitters praised her with unmixed admiration. Thank you. If it looks like that then it's worth the effort. She nodded honestly as there was no reason for her to be modest with Chitters. Of course, Mahiru was the type of person who was willing to work hard to maintain a high standard for herself. And of course, she took real good care of her skin. She wore clothes that were soft to the touch and gentle to the skin, ate a balanced diet and got plenty of sleep. She was also plenty careful not to expose her unprotected skin to the sun's ultraviolet rays. She always tried to be clean and gently washed her body and was careful to avoid overwashing and damaging the skin. She would moisturize herself after the bath with a lotion, cream and oil. That was why it was possible for her to maintain a smooth and glowing skin that felt good to the touch. Koki, who was her housekeeper, taught her that her beauty was just because she was young and it would crumple with age, so she had to maintain that beauty. And if she did not make continuous efforts, it would crumble in a short time. Mahiru was aware of the efforts she put in and took her praise as a matter of fact. Chitters' gaze extended on her face, her decolleted and exposed part of her body that was above the hot water. It tickled her a bit but she didn't complain. As one would expect, she did not like it when people stare at her. Your skin is smooth and very white. I'm a bit tanned so I'm a bit jealous of you. I don't think so. It's true that I am more whiter than you but it's because you are more active outside. Honestly, I think you have a healthy color and it looks good on you. If you go any further, you may end up looking pale instead of white. Chitters' skin was very healthy, blood-colored white, not like Mahiru's whose veins could be seen due to which she had to thoroughly avoid getting sunburn. Mahiru was careful not to get sunburn because when she got sunburns she got completely red and had to go through hell until she was healed. So, She was secretly envious of Chitters and wanted to have skin like her. Chitters said that Mahiru's skin was beautiful, but Chitters's lean and supple body was also beautiful from Mahiru's point of view. Chitters ate a lot and did not worry about calories, but she also exercised a lot, which was something she admired as a woman. I'm aware that I'm crying over something I don't have, but I'm real jealous of Mahiru. Of course, I know that you've made a lot of effort, but there were some genetic factors. I can't change the color of my skin or the size of my breasts even if I put a lot of effort, right? When Chitters said in a tragic tone, no matter what I do, I can't make them bigger. All Mahiru could do was to lower her eyebrows. Mahiru understood she should not interfere in this area since there are some genetic factors, and she was well aware of her own body shape, so she could sound sarcastic. Mahiru lightly pressed down on the bulge, which I couldn't help but feel a little lighter than usual because she was in the hot water. She gently let out a sigh. She couldn't say much about her breasts, since they grew on their own rather than through effort. She also had trouble adjusting her underwear size since she entered puberty, and she got real uncomfortable in elementary and middle school when people gave her unscrupulous looks. However, this was neither the information or reference Chitters would want to hear. I'm real annoyed because it can often makes fun of me. I don't know what to do because they are not big enough to be nourished or rubbed. There's nothing I can do to make him bigger, and I think it's his fault. I don't think it's something you should talk about. It's no problem because it's you, Mahiru. No problem at all. Mahiru, men generally prefer the bigger ones, so you don't have to worry. That is not reassuring, and it's not necessary that a maine-coon likes big ones. I didn't say anything about a maine-tsu. Okay, don't attack me with your hordes of rubber ducklings. The ducklings floating in the bathtub were moving towards Chitters as if they were taking her out. The smile on Chitters's face became deeper. Even when she looked at her, her smile did not calm down. You are very sensitive to the preferences of the boy you like, aren't you? I don't think a maine-coon is the type of person who cares about body shape. Well, yeah, a maine-coon doesn't care much about body shape if likes you, but again there is a theory of the bigger the better. But again, I don't think Mahiru has to be worried about it though. Coon is not that lewd. I think that's Mahiru's illusion, though. A maine-coon is also a man, just in case. Isn't that a terrible perception? It's a common perception. If they were talking about conduct, a maine would be rather gentlemanly and ideal, but on this topic he may not be ideal either. As if to make matters worse, Chitters had categorized a maine as men who are twice as bad, which was certainly worrisome from Mahiru's perspective. But she did not complain much because she liked a maine. Sometimes she was worried that she was not attractive enough. Well, tits and all aside, Chitters-san is the one who started talking. I think Mahiru's skin is beautiful. Should I call it as egg skin? I like your smooth, moisturized and glistening skin. Isn't an egg a jelly-like substance? Isn't your skin already jelly-like? It's so smooth. What are you using to moisturize it? I usually use lotion, cream and oil. Would you like to try it, Chitters-san? But, I don't know if it will suit your skin. Mahiru was the type of person who spent a lot of money on skincare products, but no matter how good they were, they may not suit everyone. It depended on one's constitution, so what worked for Mahiru may not necessarily work for Chitters, but it was up to Chitters to try it out and make her own choice. Is it okay? Is Mahiru beauty salon open? It's not that big of a deal. I just massage with a little bit of oil on my body, and you can do it by yourself. You probably don't want me to touch your body. I don't mind touching or being touched by Mahiru. I'd rather touch you. Where are you going to touch? Her gaze moved towards her torso, so Mahiru hid herself with both of her arms. But Chitters just laughed and waved her arms as if saying, just kidding, just kidding. If you're going to touch me then you'll have to answer my one question. Chitters-san. Fufu, I am not going to be afraid if you have such a bright red face. I think you are rather cute. Alright, I get it, just don't glare at me. Whose fault is it? Okay, but it's kind of amazing that a maine is attached to someone like this and is gently pulling it out without anyone knowing. It's not like we're sticking together on purpose. Yeah, it's natural for Mahiru, who is a little devil. It's not natural. Yeah, All right. The warm smile and her gaze pierced Mahiru's heart. As much as she wanted to argue, Mahiru knew that Chitters was unlikely to listen, and the smile on her face grew with her frustration. In any case, she knew she couldn't get around Chitters well, so Mahiru sighed loudly without hiding it. Well, Amain won't make a move unless you push him, so I think Mahiran is right by pushing him. I think you should push him until he turns into a wolf. She was so fired up that Mahiru was getting uncomfortable taking to Chitters like this, so she got up with the intention of leaving. But Chitters led her out in a calm voice and it didn't sound like she's teasing. I don't think Amain would ever become a wolf though. Sure. She believed that Amain was a wolf but not the wolf Chitters was thinking. He was a single-minded person who cherished the number of friends in the pack. Once you gained his trust, then he was very kind and considerate. That was Mahiru's impression of Amain. She wished she could be like him. Thinking that, she took out the lotion she had prepared, she smeared it on her palm and slid it over her body. After taking a bath, before going out of the changing room or wiping herself with towel, Mahiru carefully applied the skincare products as they seal in the moisture on the body. Even if he were to turn into a wolf like Chitters-san said, Amain would be the type to get down on his knees later. Haha, that must be it. He'd take the responsibility. I won't be very happy because it's not the type of destruction I want. Does not much mean you would be at least a little happy to get eaten by him? I won't lend you my skincare products. Sorry. When Mahiru sharpened her voice a bit as if to nail her, Chitters smiled and climbed out of the bathtub. Mahiru sighed again and gave her a bottle of lotion. After taking good care of their skins and hair, Mahiru and Chitters changed into nightwear and came to relax in the bedroom. The reason why she could not relax in the bathtub was because Chitters' words were making Mahiru uncomfortable, but Chitters was either oblivious to her subtle mental exhaustion or did not care, smiling as she kept saying, "Your skin is smoother than usual." Chitters was dressed in a grey hoodie and shorts of the same color, was sitting cross-legged while looking happy as she was touching her legs peeking out from her shorts. "Hey, I'm at 120 points today. That's good, but I think you can get 10 more points if you correct your posture." "You're so harsh. Mahiran doesn't have this kind of posture. If I did, then you could see my underwear." Chitters was wearing a shorts type, while Mahiru was wearing a long-sleeved, ankle-length negligee. Even though there was plenty of room, it was not enough to sit cross-legged, and if she wanted to, she would have to pull it up, so it is not even close to being modest. Chitters gave Mahiru an admiring look, who was sitting in a sea-izer, saying that she would never do that. "I know Mahiran wears a lot of pajamas like that. I think it's cute. But my brother laughs at me and says it's not my character and it doesn't suit me. I think it's better to let people who don't have delicacy fall on deaf ears and let them say what they want." "Oh, that's harsh. Mahiran is very strict with my brothers, isn't she?" "Well, I can understand that she hates him because he made fun of Amain." Chitters laughed bitterly as if to say, "They don't have any bad intentions toward me and they love me." But it didn't make her feel good to remember that. When Mahiru went to Chitters' house before, she heard her brothers talking ill of both Chitters and Amain, and she did not like it. It was impossible to ask her to like them, since they made fun of two of her friends who are very important to her. The one about Chitters was another story, but they were willing to mock Amain because they heard about him on the surface regardless of knowing what was inside Mahiru's mind. Chitters' brothers may have no delicacy in their words toward Chitters because she was family, but still, there were things that could be said and things that could not be said. Chitters laughed and said that she was used to it, but it did not mean that she was not hurt. It was unreasonable for them to ask her for favor when they have misjudged this. "I was disgusted by the way they treated Chitters-san because they laughed at Chitters-san after that too, you know." Well, I'll defend them for the time being. I like them and they have good points too, right? They're the type of people who slip up without thinking and say things they don't need to say, only to regret it later." After Mahiran left, they were reflecting on it all by themselves. "You know, even if that were the case, it's still not good because Chitters-san looked sad." "I think your brothers are blind. Chitters-san is cute, no matter what anyone says." "I assure you." When she assured Chitters, She hid a distorted smile on her face. Chitters looked troubled yet happy. Do you think I look cute like this? I think you look real cute like this. Let me coordinate with Chitters-san. I am sure Akazawa-san will be amazed. I see. I hope that he will be amazed. Mahiru was convinced that Chitters' brother's assessment of Chitters was wrong when she saw her smile, which seemed to have lost all its power. Mahiru loosely embraced Chitters with a loose smile, and it made her like her. She realized that she was laughing even though Mahiru said nothing. Mahiran, let's go shopping for matching pajamas together sometime. Okay. Chitters' smile deepened when Mahiru readily agreed with her offer. Chitters had her usual bright and cheerful smile which relieved Mahiru, but for some reason she had a bad feeling when she saw that smile. Now that I've got your consent, I am gonna make Mahiru put on see-through negligées. Hey, if we're wearing matching negligées, Chitters-san will wear one too. It's fine. Of course I will only wear it in front of you. What about Mahiran? Chitters smiled as she implied it, and Mahiru smacked her thighs without thinking. Since they were attached to each other, it was impossible to forcibly pull her apart. So she had no choice but to do this, but Chitters did not seem to be bothered. I think Mahiran would look good. She would look like a cute little devil. Isn't that a contradiction? If that is a contradiction, then Mahiran's entire existence should be a contradiction. What did you think about me? Mahiran is cute and cute, right? Again, Mahiru slapped Chitters, who seemed to think that she would be forgiven if she said that she's cute, and she forced her to lie on the bed to remove the scene of her wearing it in front of a mane that appeared for a short period of time. Speaking of which, how did Chitters-san end up going out with Akazawa-san? She turned off the room lights and only side lamps were on, and when she got in the sleeping position, she asked Chitters who was bothering her. Chitters, who had always been so enthusiastic about the idea of talking about love during sleepovers, did not expect to be asked about it herself. Chitters blinked her eyes quickly many times while she was illuminated by the pale light. Me? There's nothing interesting about it, or rather, it contains elements that might make Mahiran uncomfortable. When Mahiru met Chitters, she was already in a relationship with Itsuki. And although Chitters talked a lot about their current relationship, she did not say much about their past. She asked her because she thought she never heard anything about it, but it seemed like she was unwilling to talk about it. It's not that I'm hiding it from you and, well, I'm watching over Mahiran's love life, so I have to say something too. Is it alright? She looked rather uncomfortable as her eyes darted around and she had trouble explaining it. She looked like she was trying to remember something. It's not as sweet as Mahiran might expect, okay? If Chitters-san doesn't mind. Well, let's see. I'm getting embarrassed just thinking back at the past. Before I started going out with Akun, I could look at myself objectively now, but I was a dry or rather unfriendly girl. I was not interested in anything other than athletics. I was also a rebellious child with my older brothers, so I was not a very nice child. Chitters lowered her shoulders as if to say, you're gonna have a hard time imagining what I'm like now. The Chitters of now was friendly and cheerful to everyone. She's always smiling and is loved by everyone around her. The past Chitters described by the present Chitters was just completely opposite. So, well, from the beginning, some of the older members of the club didn't like me. I was the one who had taken away their regular spot in the team, so it was inevitable that they were jealous of me. I didn't mean to be rude or disrespectful, but at school, which is a microcosm of society, you can't help it. It's like the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Even Mahiru had such experiences. For better or for worse, her natural talents and hard work have made her stand out from others in many areas. Having experienced this envy and jealousy in her own life, it was something she could relate to. In Chitters' case, they must be jealous of her physical abilities. On top of that, Akun confessed to me that he liked me. It seems that my older colleague who was strict with me was in love with him. At first, I didn't know Akun and never thought of going out with him, so I declined him. But even though I turned him down, my senpai started harassing me. Chitters was laughing as she spoke right now, but at the time she must have been treated quite badly. I thought running was important to me, and if I refused, that would be the end of it. But senpai didn't like my attitude. Ikan didn't give up either, so the harassment escalated in various ways. That is, I was still holding out. But my senpai final wire decided to use force. Until then it had been indirect, but at that time, she directly, probably didn't intend to do anything that big, I guess. But, the intentional why made me get hurt during the training. Mahiru thought to herself that, this can no longer be a problem between individuals, and then saw Chitters smiling bittersweetly. Well, they did it in a way that the supervisor didn't see. Mahiru's chest tightened up. I injured my leg, which is the lifeblood of track and field, and was dropped from the regular schedule before the competition. I was so frustrated because I had lost my reason for living and my place in the world that I skipped the hospital and just sat on the field and watched the games, and Ikan came to apologize. He said it was my fault. It wasn't his fault. The only thing that made him do it was his own will. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it, but I'd like to. I was so ashamed of myself for thinking that way that I cried in front of him. After I cried for a while, I asked him why he liked me. He told me that he liked the way I ran, but that I might never be able to run again like before. In sports, once an injury occurred, it was difficult to return to work. Even if the treatment was perfect, the loss of muscle strength due to the blank period made it impossible to know if the patient would be able to run again, and even if he or she could run, it would take even more time. It was a realistic expectation that Chitters would be removed from the regular schedule in the meantime, but it must have been such a shock to her that she felt she had lost her place in the team. However, Chitters's expression could not be described as gloomy as she says so. On the contrary, her eyes were nostalgic, mixed with a kindness that could be described as somewhat gentle. Then Akan said, "It doesn't matter. I like what I like." He was so direct and honest that I couldn't help but stop crying. Passionate. If he didn't like me, he wouldn't have approached me after I dumped him. Ikan is bad at giving up in that way, and he's straight and serious. Real why? I think I'd say I was just flattered after all. I'm sure that's what it meant when he told me he genuinely likes me and I didn't feel bad about it. Chitters scratched her cheeks in embarrassment and brushed her hair out of her face as it was in the way, and slowly lowered her eyes. So, it didn't start out as a pure love like Mahiran has for a main kun. In the worst case scenario, I just accepted it as a passing thing. Of course, I love him now. Do you despise it? No. Everyone's dating process is different and love takes different forms. Whatever the reason for the relationship, if Chitters-san and Akazawa-san are in love and cherish each other now, then I think it's fine. For Mahiru, dating is a relationship between two people who like each other, and she believed that the relationship could not be formed solely on the basis of either party's favoritism. But she also knew that was not all. The details of how Itsuki and Chitters were brought together were blurred in Chitters's narrative, but it may be different from Mahiru's perspective of becoming a couple. Mahiru was not going to deny it and accept that that was the way it went. Whether or not Chitters was happy now was more important than what happened in the past. Chitters seemed relieved when Mahiru shook her head loosely. Her lips relaxed slightly, and then she carelessly extended her hand towards the ceiling. Her palm slowly grasped as something was there. After that I decided to quit the club and I tried to change myself. I wanted to learn about the wider world, not just athletics. I also learned how to get ahead in life. I know it's calculating, but people get a better impression of you if you smile, if you're nice to them, and if you don't let them down, you'll get more friends. I paid the price for neglecting my relations with people so much, and now I'm even more grateful. The fact that she looked at her as if she was patting Mahiru, probably meant, I'm sure Mahiru understands this well. Well, that's how I and Ikan got to where we are now. It wasn't all that pleasant, was it? Whether it was amusing or not, it was a little surprising that Akazawa-san was the one pushing for a relationship. Fufafu. I'm not sure. But, he's a strange person, but I'm even stranger. He used to be a serious honor student because of his family's educational policy. It's because he fell for someone like me that he ended up like this. Don't look down on yourself like that. I can't give up on this part. Daiki-san hates me. His serious son, whom he had raised with great care, has changed because of me. The words she muttered in a small voice probably were not meant for Mahiru to hear, as she sounded slightly shaky and damp. She had vaguely heard that there was a rift between Chitter's and Itsuki's father, but it seems deeper than she assumed. As an outsider, Mahiru cannot easily bridge the gap, but she can at least snuggle her up. Mahiru gently leaned toward her, avoiding looking at Chitter's face, and attached her forehead to her arm. "I like you, Chitter's-san," when she whispered softly. Chitter's body shook a little. He, thanks. I love Mahiru too." Chitter's sneaked into her bosom as if she was hanging on to her. But for once she did not reject her and let her do as she pleased. "Nfufafu. I'm the first one to get into Mahiru's softness. You're not the first." "What's that?" "It's a secret." Meanie." They exchanged light banter, and then Mahiru slowly closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Chitter's body. "Past regrets and future hopes." "I hope this is okay." Itsuki was staying at home for holidays, and his father said this and that because he did not have a part-time job. So Itsuki went out in the guise of returning the manga he borrowed from Romaine to avoid stress. After getting cream puffs wrapped as a souvenir from Chitter's favorite patisserie, he went down the familiar road to the apartment where Romaine lived. He called in the morning to inform him that he was coming, so he assumed that he was at home. He entered through the entrance and called out at Romaine's apartment with familiarity while thinking it was a careless thought. He heard an unexpected voice and corrected his posture. "Natural. Why? Are you Akazawa-san? It's lunchtime and a holiday, right?" He knew that Mahiru cooked meals for him in the evenings, so it was not unexpected that she was there, but it was a bit surprising that she was preparing lunch on a holiday. He had heard from Romaine that he and Mahiru sometimes spend their holidays together, but the thought of her actual wife being at Romaine's house like this made him feel slightly uncomfortable. "Hello, Shina-san." "Where's Romaine?" "Hello, if you're looking for Romaine, then he's out for some business and he won't be back for an hour." "I heard he has some business at ATM and stationery shop after shopping at the mall." "I see. What should I do till then?" "Such a careless guy." Note: I think such a careless guy is something Itsuki said under his breath and Mahiru did not hear that. "That's all right. I heard from Romaine-kun that Akazawa-san would be coming and he gave you permission, so please come in." Romaine was apparently aware that Itsuki was going to visit him, but it must have been something he really wanted to get done first. He took a peek at the reception area that Mahiru just left and decided to take her advice and let himself inside the apartment. "Welcome." When he entered Romaine's house, he was welcomed by Mahiru in a cool voice that he had heard earlier. She was so natural that he was almost afraid to ask if she was his live-in girlfriend or wife, and he muttered something in a small voice that he would never let out. How can he think she doesn't have a pulse with her like this? When Mahiru saw the look on his face, Itsuki froze a bit and smiled vaguely to cover up the look on his face. He showed Mahiru the box of cream puffs he was carrying in his hand with the manga as he put on the slippers. "I'm sorry to bother you." "Oh, these are cream puffs I brought as a souvenir. There's one for Shina-san, too. So you two can eat it together." He bought one for Mahiru thinking that if he ate dinner with Mahiru every day, then he would have time to eat it with her at night. But he wouldn't expect her to be here during the day. Mahiru received the box of cream puffs and said, "I'm sure Romaine-kun will be pleased." She grinned and gave him a light bow. "Thank you very much for your kindness. Please wait here, and I will serve you tea now. Would you like to have some tea?" "I can drink anything. Thank you for your concern." "No, you're an important guest. Please wait a moment." After guiding Itsuki to the living room sofa, Mahiru entered the kitchen with a calm smile on her face. The way she moved was so natural and familiar that he wondered whether he should be impressed or dismayed. He slandered Romaine, who had made almost no progress even though Mahiru was with him all the time. After a short wait, Mahiru returned with 2 cups of tea and a plate of cream puffs on a tray. The cream puff was placed on Itsuki's side, so probably Mahiru would eat hers when Romaine was present. After serving tea to Itsuki with graceful gestures, Mahiru seemed to be wondering where to sit. After a little wandering glance, she sat down next to Itsuki at a firm distance. He was a little relieved because he would have felt bad about letting a girl sit on the floor, even if it was carpet, while he was sitting on the sofa. But he also felt bitter that she must not be used to the presence of Itsuki because she sat exactly at the edge of the sofa. Well, that's all right. I can't say I'm on good terms with Shina-san. Apart from that, Itsuki and Mahiru were not so close. From his point of view, she was her friend and the girl his best friend was in love with. Although they may be closer than others, there was no way he could treat Mahiru the same way Chitose and Amain treated. Since they rarely have been alone together like this, he felt an indescribable awkwardness. He glanced at her sideways and saw her sipping tea with a clear expression on her face. She may have been feeling awkward, but she didn't show it on her face. I'm sorry you had to come on such short notice. No, Akazawa-san, it's Amain-kun's fault for suddenly remembering to do something even though you talked about it beforehand. I'm sure he'll be back soon. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. He couldn't help but laugh at Mahiru, who bowed her head. Mahiru probably didn't realize it and had no intention of doing so, but she acted like a wife apologizing for her husband's absence. She must have spent a lot of time in the house by his side, so she thinks it was natural. Don't worry about it. I myself informed him on the day of the visit. By the way, you real wire around Amain's house, aren't you? When he muttered sullenly at Mahiru, her cheeks were slightly pained light red and her shoulders hunched. You're thinking I'm a pushover or something like that, aren't you? I didn't mean to blame you. It's that there is something nice and funny for people who take it for granted. He felt that it was natural for both Amain and the Mahiru to be together. He thought it was funny and adorable as a watcher of their love affair. The fact that there had been no significant progress made in several months in a situation where a high school boy and a high school girl tended to be alone together was even more amusing because it revealed how cautious and reserved the two of them were. He thought the lack of progress was mainly due to Amain not pushing it forward. I think it's thanks to Shina-san that Amain's face has become softer since he started spending time with you. As he was thinking how much he had changed, Mahiru, who had been silently listening, glanced at him with a somewhat serious expression on her face. Can I ask you something that I'm a bit curious about? Anything that I can answer. I was wondering what made Amain-kun and Akazawa-san get along together. After much consideration, Mahiru hesitantly asked the question, which brought a gentle smile to his face. Are you interested? Yes, the thing is, I think Amain-kun is the type of person who is very cautious, so I was wondering if there was some sort of opportunity for him to get to know Akazawa-san. Do you feel like you must know everything about the person you like? I'm not going to press further if you're uncomfortable. I was just curious, and when I asked Amain-kun about it, he said he himself doesn't know how you became friends. Oh, Amain doesn't remember it. Well, I don't think he'd notice though. He didn't think Amain would ever know why Itsuki tried to befriend Amain, since he seemed to have forgotten all about the past when he spoke to Amain at the beginning of the school year, so he has no idea how they became friends. He wondered for a moment how he could explain this to Mahiru, who was giving him a peeking look, and then asked her something. If I wore glasses and had a downcast expression on my face, would you know it was me? What if you met me a few months later, after talking to me just once, for a short time? It depends. Haha, Shina-san seems to be a much better observer. Amain didn't notice me, because I looked much more mature than I am now, with my hair and all. It was said people are easily judged by their appearance, and Itsuki thought so too. When remembering a person's face, facial features may be a factor, but hair and mood also had a strong influence. Just as it was difficult to recognize a girl with long hair once she cut it off, even if you know her well, it would take time for your brain to match her with that person as your impression of her suddenly change. Then, if a person you met only once, for a short time, has changed, you would recognize him as a stranger. Do you remember the school field trip before you entered high school? That's where Amain and I first met. The reason why he felt nostalgic and unpleasant at the same time was because he was in a mental rough patch at the time and had a lot of trouble, so had to take the memories out of the drawer. It was even harder since the dispute was still unresolved. I was not feeling well at the time. I was having an argument with my father about Chi at the time, and he was telling me all sorts of things about the house and my career path, so I was stressed out. He told me to go to a more strictly disciplined school instead of this one. It was not that he didn't understand his father's feelings. The fact that he was causing an unnecessary dispute in the process of dating cheaters. He wanted to stay at an arm's length. If anything, he wanted to cherish his father and did not want to violate his principles in the first place. They tried to be good parents, so they were strict with him and expected him to be well-behaved for the sake of the family. It was not hard to understand his father's feelings, but it was natural for him to feel depressed if he continued to be expected to be the ideal child of his parents. Mom was either in her atelier or preparing for her exhibition, so she was too busy to get involved. He knew that his father cared for him and raised him while his mother prioritized her own work. He was grateful for the fact that he educated him well, even though he had to work at home. It was not until he was in junior high school that he exploded from my pent-up anger and told him out loud that he was not a radio control-led person. I had a headache all the time and was pretty dizzy. Also, Chi and Yuta had trip schedules for different dates, so I was alone. He had applied for multiple dates for the tour, aiming for times when his parents were not around. And as a result, his friends Chitters and Yuta could not make their schedules, so he had to attend the tour by himself. It turned out to be a bad thing. I managed to keep it from showing, and I went on the tour. But then it got hard. I had to go to the bathroom and crouch down, and then Amain came after me and took care of me. Amain must have been a very meddlesome person, since he chased after the junior high school student who had slipped out of the room to go to the washroom alone, even though he knew nothing about him or his name. Are you not feeling well? You don't seem to have a fever. Hold on a second. I'll get you a drink. I saw a vending machine while I was walking. Here you go. Are you okay with just water? Do you have any medicine? If you're not feeling well, you should either cut out early and go home, or tell your high school teacher and have a little rest in the nurse's office. You'll probably collapse if you stay for the tour in such a state. I'll get the teacher. You wait there. He knew he would be scolded for wandering around without permission, and he was grateful to Amain for following him around and taking care of him. He waited, thinking he would apologize when he returned, only to have the teacher come and tell him that he had sent him back for a briefing. After that, he was allowed to rest in the infirmary, and in the end, Itsuki never got to see him again, and I never got to thank him. I'm not sure if I should say so, but he didn't seem to think it was a big deal, and he didn't remember a thing about it. Still, I'm grateful to him. He didn't think anyone would notice because he tried to keep it off his face as much as possible and left in a nonchalant manner. One would not normally imagine chasing after Itsuki, who was a stranger at that stage. When I entered high school, I changed my appearance, but he didn't change anything, and I happened to be in the same class and went to talk to him, but he didn't really remember. I laughed. He could not blame Amain for this. Itsuki had lightened his appearance since entering high school. His aloof behavior was also the result of his desire to break his father's image of what an honors student was like. It was no wonder Amain didn't notice. It was suffocating and painful for him to be an honor student when he felt he wasn't being himself in this way. He was grateful that Chitters was able to get out of the cage with him before he suffocated. He regretted putting shackles on a free bird. Well, he was the only one who was worried about me, and I knew he was a good guy, so I went to see him, and we became friends for some reason. Amain-kun is a kind and compassionate guy. I agree. That's why I was a little cautious of Shina-san too, that I would deceive, influence or hurt Amain-kun somehow, who is a good person. Mahiru seemed to have immediately guessed what Itsuki was trying to say and looked at him with eyes that were not surprised, but just thoughtful. He smiled without daring to answer, thinking that it was a good thing they were talking so quickly, and loosened his shoulders a little. Well, normal why you'd think the person you would be worried about would be the other way around. For me, I would rather worry about a friend I know well than strangers who are liked by everyone. Until the day of Christmas Eve, Shina Mahiru was a perfect superhero and a beautiful girl with impeccable character. Nothing more, nothing less. In other words, for uninvolved Itsuki, Mahiru was a stranger whose personality was unfamiliar to him and whose influence is significant. What if she is up to something behind that pretty smile? Itsuki has been plagued by rumors and malice, and he was skeptical of the rumors that circulated among the students. He would be suspicious even of Mahiru, who was said to be good-natured and was Khaled Angel Sama. Mahiru remained calm even after realizing that she was not trusted. I think it was a wise decision. To be honest, if I were a main, I would probably wonder if there was something fishy about her, or if she had an agenda. Because I couldn't see any merit in you getting involved with a main when I thought about profit and so on. In fact, I could only see disadvantages at first. So I had no choice but to make sure if you real why were involved without considering profit or loss. You're absolutely right. Well, I soon found out that you love him, so I'm worried about anything right now, and I would rather tell you to go for it. Now that he knew that Mahiru was just a girl who understood and fell in love with a main's personality, he no longer had anything to worry about. In fact, now he was worried about Mahiru, that she was getting impatient because of main's lunkhead attitude. Mahiru became embarrassed hearing the words, "She loves a main," and tied her lips together and hugged the cushion. He smiled secretly, thinking that he had teased her too much, and decided to say something while Amain was gone. "That's right. Amain is weak against Shina-san's pushiness, so you better go for it." "Well, even if you say so, I'm trying my best." "I think what I'm seeing from the sidelines is that Amain is kind of a slacker. He is the type of person who doubts if people will ever like him." "That's right, isn't it?" Mahiru inwardly joined her hands together as she had a distant look on her face. "You're having a hard time, Fufu. But isn't hardship one of the best parts of love?" "That's right too. I had a hard time when I was young, too. And now, I can remember it with a smile. It's not that terrible." It was more of a wry smile than a laugh, but still, those days were something that Itsuki and Chitose overcame together, and it was not something to be dismissed. It was in the back of his mind as a nostalgic memory. He laughed and waited for her to throw at Tsukumi that he was still young. However, Mahiru smiled vaguely as she had some trouble responding to him. Her subtle reaction showed that she probably had heard something from Chitose. "Have you heard it from Chi?" He stopped laughing and asked her quietly, to which Mahiru nodded quietly as well. "Just a little bit." "The story of Chitose-san quitting the track field and how you two began dating." "I see. Then what do you think of me?" If she was told that Chitose was resented by the older members of the track club as a result of his confession to Chitose head-on without taking her own influence in account, to put it correctly, the envy that had originally been directed toward her had been inflamed by his confession. So, it was he who had poured oil on the fire. If Chitose had been a little better behaved, she might have been able to continue club activities without being injured by her senpai. In that case, she would have received a recommendation for track and field and gone to a strong school, so she might have been separated from her current path of life. I have no liberty to say this, but if I make a mistake, I will have same regrets as you. Shina-san is much more attentive and better at getting around than I am, so I'm not worried about that. Mahiru seemed to be better than Itsuki at sensing and maneuvering in this area. As she was slowly closing her distance at school, little by little, so as not to cause any discomfort. If only he had shown this kind of concern in the past, maybe Chitose wouldn't have been hurt, and Yuta, having seen this process, wouldn't have become so wary of women. It was all in the past and nothing's gonna change. But if that happens to a main and he is hurt deeply, then I might hate Shina-san. I know it's not right for me to say this when I have hurt Chitose, but in that case, it would be natural for you to hate me. No one likes to see a dear friend get hurt. I would hate Akazawa-san too, if you cause pain to a main-kun or Chitose-san. Haha, I'm glad to hear that. I won't be good if you don't hate me. He was relieved to be told that she would hate it, perhaps because he had so many friends who affirmed everything about him. People around him told him that the accident he caused was not his fault, but he had always regretted it, and he had been feeling regretful for a long time. He wondered quietly whether he real why was not to blame, and did Chitose real why not resent him? He was glad that there was someone who was willing to deny it head-on, even if it was hypothetical why possible. And he was glad that there was someone who thought about Chitose and Amain and got angry for them. I am speaking from my own selfish view, But Chitaz-san has no regrets in choosing to be with Akazawa-san. I think so. She always talks about Akazawa-san happily, and I think it would be better if you talked it over. Midday smiled softly at Itsuki, who had been smiling bitterly, and whispered, "You two are sometimes reserved with each other, aren't you?" It was strangely warm, and his cheeks, which had been ticklishly pasted with a tight smile, relaxed. "I'm glad, Shina-san, that you two are friends." "Amain has a rather good judgment of people," he muttered, nodding sagely. But Mahiru blinked repeatedly as she took in Itsuki's words. Sorry. You want to be his future girlfriend, so you're rather dissatisfied with just friend." "That's not what I meant." He was staring at her bright red face, her eyes slightly teary from shame, as if to say, "How dare you say that?" So he couldn't help but blurt it out. If it was so obvious, why doesn't Amain try to push for more? Since the people around him are aware that Amain likes her, he should push a little more. But it might be better for the two of them to keep things the way they are for now. It may be good for them to be like each other. Just as he was convinced that his friend's love life still had a long way to go, he heard the lock open from the front door. It seemed like the person in question had returned. Mahiru was perhaps feeling impatient as she quickly got up and trotted to the front door to get away from Itsuki. "I'm home." "Is Itsuki here?" "Welcome back. He came here a long time ago." A voice approached from the front door, and Amain was there holding a paper bag from the stationery store where he had probably stopped on the way. He appeared and bowed apologetically at the sight of Itsuki. "Oh no. I'm sorry, Itsuki." It's okay. I was able to have a relaxing talk with Shina-san." "Hey, Shina-san." "Fufu." "That's right. If Amain had been here, they wouldn't have been able to have this conversation." Given that, Amain's sudden departure was not a bad thing. "What did you talk about?" "Oh, you jealous brother. Why would I be, stupid?" When Amain responded in a slightly pissed-off manner, only then Itsuki noticed that her eyes were narrowed slightly. "Shina-san would have been happy if he had honestly told me that he is jealous." Itsuki understood that this was an impossible task, as he knew that Amain was very shy and not very honest, but it was still frustrating to see him unable to take the first step. "So, what were you real talking about?" "Well, I don't know. It's a secret." Perhaps it was because of Main's reaction, or perhaps she had no intention of telling him from the start, but he was appealing to her. She said it as a secret by raising her index finger to her mouth in a slightly naughty, bouncy tone of voice. Amain became more suspicious as he looked at Mahiru quizzical. "Why?" "Fufu, don't sulk. How about an interesting episode of Amain-kun?" "That's definitely not true, and I wouldn't like it even if it were." "I don't know." "Oh, Akazawa-san gave us cream puffs as a gift." "I won't be fooled." "Don't you want it?" "I want it." Amain, who seemed to want to eat the cream puffs, glared at Mahiru, but Mahiru pushed him back, maintaining her beautiful smile, and turned him toward the washroom. "If you want to eat, go wash your hands quickly. You'll find out later if you can do it. Go ahead. Would you like coffee or tea?" "Coffee." "Okay then, go on your way." When his eyes met those of Mahiru's, her beaming smile and brilliant guidance drove Main into the washroom. "You both look good together." "Real why?" She rolled her eyes as if she had just remembered that Itsuki was also present. She shrank and pleaded to him in a whisper. "Please forget about the ease and relaxation talk." Itsuki cowered his shoulders and gave her the biggest smile of the day. "That voice is foul." The person Mahiru fell in love with is a rather quiet and shy person. He is not very sociable, nor is he very friendly to unfamiliar people, but he is not cold, and he is considerate and mild-mannered. Once he gets used to you, he will treat you with a calm expression and give a soft smile. If you get to know him well, you will see that he is a kind, caring, thoughtful and gentlemanly person, although his language is a little rough. "How can I make a main-kun conscious of me?" "The best way to get someone to like you is to make them aware of you." "But how can you make them aware of you?" "The simplest and quickest way would be to show off by exposing yourself and appeal to them." But her common sense and a sense of shame would immediately reject such a move. Mahiru is usually dressed with clothes that minimizes her exposure, as it is immodest to expose skin unnecessarily, and if Mahiru were to dress in such a way, He might not make eye contact with her and even become disillusioned if she is not careful. Then she thought about getting closer to him. But she knew he would run away. He doesn't mind if their hands or shoulders touch a little. But the moment their torsos touch, he either casual spaces out or awkwardly announces, "It's hitting me." Mahiru would still reject such an intentional approach because she would be embarrassed if he rejects her approach. So how can she make him conscious of her without being embarrassed? "Why don't you go night crawling? Did I hear you correctly?" It's not common sense for a man to barge into a lady's room and attack her in his sleep, and rather it's trespassing. She was about to tell Chitters about this and ask her for her opinion, but she gave her an outrageous answer. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes and glare at her lightly. She was feeling sorry for taking so much of her time after school, but her advice is too far-fetched to be accepted. Chitters did not seem to be least intimidated by Mahiru's cold dismissal and chuckled as she stirred her cafe au lait. She ordered with a muddler, "Well, it's a quirky joke. No, I've already said this before, that the kind of relationship Mahiru wants is unlikely to develop unless you pushes and push. That's because, you know, there's this attractive, cute girl who's there for him, taking care of him, acting nice to him. And he doesn't do anything about it. No, real why, man? Are you lucky? Is it working?" "Like real why? Come on, please." "Refrain from talking about such things." She checked to see if there was anyone in the restaurant who looked like a student from their school, or if there was anyone seated nearby. It was a very dangerous thing to say. Although she kept her voice down, her remarks won't be good if anyone overheard them. So, Mahiru was both cynical and embarrassed. Chitters was open and transparent, and for better or worse there were just two girls, so some pretty extreme comments popped out of her mouth. So, Mahiru had to work to keep her facial muscles from contorting her face. Mahiru's cheeks were almost feverish, as if she was being confronted with something she hadn't given much thought to. And probably because of this, Chitters' almost wistful smile becomes more intensified. Surely, a main kun doesn't show that kind of attitude, Mahiru thought. Even though they were alone, nothing much was happening. Mahiru thinks he was being careful, but she wonders what's going on in the edge of his mind. But she hurriedly drives away unnecessary thoughts before Chitters is onto her. She coughed lightly to regain her composure, but her mind was still reeling from the thoughts that earlier crossed her mind and was unable to maintain composure. "But the fact is that he's not gruff, and is rather gentlemanly. He's the type of person who cares about distance and is considerate." Normal why? Having no ulterior motives is out of place. That's why I doubt if he real why is a man. Chitters-san, I'm sorry, but the most important thing to remember is that Mahiru is a rational person who doesn't make decisions based on your feelings, on the spot. That's why, if you want him to be conscious of you, you have to push him. She knew from the experience that it is true but didn't know how to proceed further. Mahiru has done whatever she can do. Well, Mahiru is doing it unconsciously around a main kun. So, it's a disaster for a main kun too. I mean, isn't he doing well enduring you? "What did I do? Mahiru is cute," Mahiru asked in a small whisper, to which Chitters laughed it out as if she had no intention of explaining. Knowing how stubborn Chitters is, Mahiru gave up trying to find out and she sighed softly. "What did I do in the end?" Not that she meant to step on Amain's pulse at all, but she knew that she gave him a gentle and sweet look that she had never shown to anyone else. Being a girl, she treated him politely and carefully, and she knew that she thought of him as more special than anyone else. She believed that he would like her at least as a person, but it was a wishful thinking on Mahiru's part, that he liked her as an opposite sex to some extent. Otherwise, he would not get so close to her, and would not get spoiled or pampered by her so much. I can't help but think both Mahiru and Amain-kun are at fault for this. Well, I hope Mahiru keeps up the good work and keeps pushing and pushing. Chitters-san, for example, how did you and Akazawa-san spend your time together? I don't think that would be helpful. If she would be going that far, then she thought she better ask Chitters how they spent their time together. But Chitters just waved her hand with a loose smile on her face. "I was just flirting with a kun." "Yes, flirting, when it was just the two of us. We're either playing outside or having a date in the room. But in Mahiru's case, it's limited to the house. When we're at home, we just hang out, watch DVDs, read mangas, play games and talk about nothing specific at all. Well, if there is no one at home, that is. I understand, and you don't have to go into the detail at all. Oh, I haven't said what you should be doing yet, but I wonder what Mahirun imagined. Sorry. Well, I just stick around him and give him kisses and more, but that doesn't mean Mahirun can do it. Can you? If you do, I would applaud your courage. No, I can't and I won't. If she tried to kiss him, they would not be able to meet their eyes. In the first place, kissing and further acts should be done after a relationship is formed, not as means to make someone aware of you. She said to Chitters. What a thing to say, with a thorny gaze. But, Chitters brushed it off with a nonchalant smile. Well, that's why my experience is useless. The only thing that is of any use is the sound appeal that Mahirun is already doing. Boys get thrilled just by you smiling at them, and since Mahirun is so close to him, you might often touch each other. You're sitting next to each other, reading the same book or playing a game together. That's already a level of appeal. Well, you eat dinner together almost every day. You laugh and talk with each other, and spend time together as a matter of course. There's no room for more appeal anymore. If anyone looks at you from the side, they think you're newlyweds. Mahiru repeatedly opened and closed her mouth as her lips trembled. Chitters smiled looking at Mahiru like that. She tried to argue in rebuttal, but all that came out from the back of her throat was a squishy sound. Newlyweds or more. She didn't spend her time with intention and thought she was interacting with a man in a normal way. It was because of Mahiru's personality that she took care of him and she sat next to him because the only place they could sit was on the sofa. She stayed a little late in the day so that they could work on assignments together and have a good conversation. Of course, she wanted to be a main side and that was the strongest reason. But, when she was confronted once again, with what people around her thought of the results of her action, she let out a groan. Were you doing it unconsciously? Well, everyone who knows you two spend time together probably thinks the same. So it should be okay. That's not okay. Mahirun, you have a loud voice. Chitters narrowed her eyes as she blamed Mahiru for raising her voice over the additional information she provided and then laughed lightly. Mahiru reflected on losing herself for a moment and lightly glanced at Chitters. I can see from the side that you two are close to each other, so don't worry. Chitters smiled and said in an encouraging voice. However, Mahiru did not know whether she should be reassured or not. Well, you two seem to get along so well that both newlyweds and mature couples would run away barefoot. But, in this situation, wouldn't it be better to try to make some indirect contact? Indirectly? Mahirun, you want a man to be aware of you within the bounds of common sense, don't you? If so, you should change your approach. If it's the same stimuli, people would get used to it. You're trying to snuggle him up and grab him by his stomach, right? Then, I thought you should try attacking him with your voice this time. Attack with your voice? Yes. Why don't you call him before going to bed? Good night calls are a great way to communicate, and since he doesn't often hear someone's voice before going to bed, it would be a thrilling experience, like you're intruding his private space. And, since you're not right in front of him, it would make his heart throb. Chitters looked up as she remembered the exciting and relieving feeling when you're in a relationship, which was something cute even for Mahiru who is of same gender. Indeed, it may be a fresh feeling since we rarely call each other. Whenever she wanted to talk to him, she would ask him directly as a man would be right next to her or would exchange messages in writing. The most commonplace but less used means of communication, that is telephone, could be another means of stimulation. Besides, it would benefit Mahiru as she could hear a man's voice before going to bed. If she could hear the voice of the person she loves before going to bed, then she would do it so that could sleep with satisfaction. Then, well, I'll try my best. Chitters' eyes lit up as she replied, oh, on offer. I'll talk to him before going to bed. I think it would be a good to talk and share about what happened today. What I enjoyed, and what I'm going to do tomorrow. That sounds like Mahirun. As Mahiru conveyed her resolution with utmost seriousness, Chitter's smile turned lukewarm. "Why are you smiling? I thought you looked cute. Are you making fun of me?" "I don't think so." Chitters smattered no more. Her smattering reply meant that she certainly didn't think so. But, when Mahiru looked at her reproachful way, she whispered cute, softly under her breath with a smile as if she was watching over a child. That made Mahiru feel uncomfortable and she real why wanted her to stop. "No. You're real why cute. All girls in love are cute. It's just that Mahiru's single-mindedness and purity makes you even cuter. After all, you're making fun of me. It's all in your head." When Chitters said it's all in her head, her face was smirking. "So?" Mahiru's lips twitched slightly before she turned away. After that she parted ways with Chitters and went home. Once she changed her clothes, she headed to Amain's house, while determined to make a good night call. As she passes through the front door using a duplicate key, which has become commonplace for her, he seemed to have heard the sound of the door being unlocked as popped his head out of the kitchen and Cal led her out. "Welcome home." She told him earlier that she would be a little late and asked Amain to cook meal for them, so there was nothing strange about it. But the fact that Amain was wearing an apron made her freeze in her tracks. She should be accustomed to seeing Amain in an apron as he usual why helps her out, but she felt strangely embarrassed to be greeted by him as a matter of course. Like a married couple or something. Perhaps she was influenced by talking with Chitters earlier. She smiled slightly, seemingly ashamed of herself for imagining such a thing when they were not even dating. I am back home." She quickly mended her facial expression, but her tone of voice gave it away. Unable to hide her agitation, she replied in a hushed voice eliciting a quizzical reaction from Amain. "What's wrong?" "I've never been greeted by someone wearing an apron before, so it's a new experience for me." "Oh, that's what you meant. It's usual why the other way around. Mahiru usual why doesn't come home very late." "I had prepared a meal as you can see, but now I'm thinking I should have come to pick you up after all. It was a little dark on the way home, wasn't it?" Amain looked at the clock in the living room for a moment and then lowered his eyebrows, to which Mahiru shook her head lightly. Indeed, it was past 6 right now and the sun was setting on the way home, but it was not completely dark, which was about normal time for a high school student to return home. There were still a lot of people on the street, and it was still relatively bright. If the sun was completely hidden and the streets looked dangerous, I would have taken a cab. "That's fine, but you can call me and I'll pick you up, okay?" "You can count on me." "Well, that's so sweet." "No. If I'm here, you can use me." "Well, maybe you can't count on me. You're real why reliable." "Real why?" Amain laughed at himself as he thought he wasn't reliable, but from Mahiru's point of view, he was reliable enough, more than anyone else she knew. She could see that his training was paying off as his body was getting a bit firmer. Before, he was somewhat hunched over, but now, his posture was better as he was gaining confidence. He was bending down a little to look at Mahiru but gaze was kind and he looked concerned about her, which made her feel warm on the inside. "That is, I mean, I always count on you. I'm always counting on you, so please at least let me spoil you like this." Amain smiles faintly as he extends his hand, which was more muscular than before and gently pats on Mahiru's head. Normal why? He would not touch her without a reason, but at times like this, he touched her natural why, which made her feel a bit complicated. He may not have been aware of this but as the person being touched, she was feeling happy and comfortable, but at the same time, she was embarrassed and worried that she was the only one who was aware of this. He treats me like a child at times like this, but she can't say she didn't like it very much. In the first place, she would like Amain to do more things like this, but she can't make any demands on her own. So, she only indulges in Amain's honest skinship. Then, she looked at Amain with a bit of resentment, holding back an indescribable wave of emotions in her heart as Amain blinked quickly. "I washed my hands earlier, so do I have to wash them again before cooking?" "That's not what I'm worried about anymore." Perhaps it was impossible to tell how exactly Mahiru felt and she didn't even want him to know. However, it was unfair that she was the only one who was nervous. so she pressed her forehead against his chest. She could hear him groaning but pretended not to know about it. His upset voice gradual white turned soft and tolerant as if he had no choice. She knew that voice was only directed at her, so her lips natural why bent. However, she couldn't show her flustered face after enjoying Amain for a bit, so she made a relaxed expression on her face and looked up. Amain was looking with a slight blush on his face as he placed his hand on Mahiru's forehead. His clear black eyes were shaking slightly as if they were representing his condition. Mahiru laughed with a little satisfaction at his expression. Amain then, slightly scratched his own head and then let out a sigh. "I'm going back to make dinner." He ran away. She thought so this would happen, but didn't say anything because she knew Amain would be unfaithful at times like this. Mahiru tried to follow Amain and enter into the kitchen, but Amain lightly grabbed her shoulders and held her back. "You can relax in the living room if you like. I'll make it too. Today is the day I am going to make it. If you have taken a day off, please take it till the end. And I'm not making such a difficult menu anyway, and Mahiru is always making dinner for me anyway." "Amain-kun, you always help me out, don't you? But Mahiru does most of the work and there's not much I can do. The effort you put in is nothing compared to what I can do." "Well, just think of it as giving me a practice lesson and leave it to me." She flinched at his calm, soft, yet strangely compelling voice that refused him to enter the kitchen. She tried to continue with a but Amain shook his head loosely and did not let her enter. "Are you worried that I'm cooking alone?" "No, that's not the case. But I don't feel comfortable having you do everything for me." "Then, I'll help you serve the food." Amain, who was unwilling to give up, said, "I'm not going to." When she tapped him on the arm in complaint, he smiled mischievously and patted Mahiru on the head once again. In the end Amain took care of the whole cooking process and Mahiru stayed in the living room, but she was more concerned about Amain as she fidgeted. She knew Amain could cook moderately well, but what bothered her would bother her. She watched the TV program with a distracted mind as she carefully listened to any sounds coming and often glanced around to see what was going on. But fortunately, no major accidents and food was placed on the dining table. Mahiru can smell a spicy aroma wafting through the air from the meal as it seemed he had made keema curry. Since Amain had decided to cook this time, she had predicted he would make curry. And she knew it was keema curry when served. "You're going to taste it, right?" She laughed at Amain, who assured her not to worry. Perhaps because she was staring at the dish, she spilled out, "I wonder if I can trust you that much." This time Mahiru was the one who stroked Amain's head, who sat in the next seat. The menu was a simple keema curry and salad. At a quick glance, she could not find any failures. Original why? Amain is the type of person who could make something which looked good and tasted good if he followed the recipe exactly, so she is not that worried about it. She glanced at Amain, who gave her a subtly expectant look. Maybe he was concerned about Mahiru's evaluation because Mahiru always makes good food, even if it was a self-praise. He was strangely lovable when he was slightly fidgeting and she couldn't help but relax her mouth. "What? It's nothing." "Well, I'll have some." She thought he was cute but kept it to herself as she clasped her hands together to thank Amain for the ingredients and preparing the food before picking up the spoon. She knew his eyes were on him as she brought the homemade keema curry to her mouth. It tasted somewhat gentle, perhaps, since neither of them were good with spicy food. The spiciness was moderate. Although she could taste some spices, the overall taste was mellow and homey, which she found the most delicious. And it was made by Amain. That's why it was better than anything else. "It's delicious." "I see, then that's good." When she honestly expressed her thoughts, Amain smiled softly, as if he was relieved. He was so relieved that she could see a soft smile on his face. Amain, who looked happy, took a mouthful of his keema curry. "I've improved my cooking skills since before, haven't I?" Amain wasn't a fatal illiterate cook, but was a poor cook because of inexperience. Fortunately, his taste of sense was normal, and thanks to his parents, he could sense tastes rather delicately. He could think theoretical about things and easily understand the meaning of the cooking processes. So, with some experience, He natural Y would be an average cook. I've seen some recipes my mother taught me. I am usual Y helping out Mahiru, and I am making some effort to cook on my days off. So I think I made some progress. Fufu, that's great. Well, this time, I relied on civilization to the fullest. I used a store-bought roux for most of the seasonings and chopped the vegetables you bought the other day. Amain looked subtly apologetic as he picked up the finely chopped vegetables in the keema curry with a spoon. By civilized she assumed he meant the convenience item she bought the other day that allowed her to put vegetables in a case and easily cut them into strips using the blades inside. She bought it with the purpose of shortening time and simplifying the cooking procedure, but it looked like it was more useful to Amain than Mahiru. Mahiru is also of the opinion that if you could save time, you should save it. That she had no qualms about him using it or having used it. They are made and sold because they are necessary. So we should just use what we can use. As long as it's edible and tastes good, there's no problem. I know that's true. But I am aware of the greatness of Mahiru, who is very good with a knife. The fact that you don't use a knife and the fact that you can't use a knife are two different things. There is nothing better than being able to use a knife. It would be bad if I have to depend on Mahiru not only for cooking but also for other things, and it would be troublesome if I am not good at housework in the future. I'm sure there's nothing better than being able to do it, but I've had Amain can do the grocery shopping and all the heavy lifting. And if we're going to live together, it's more efficient if we share the work, and if there's something you can't do, I'll help you with it. She told him she didn't intend Amain to be perfect, but for some reason, he froze and dropped his spoon in the curry. Fortunately, it was on a plate, but if he had dropped it on the floor, it would have been real difficult to clean it up. There was a little curry spilled on the spoon's handle, so she took out a wet wipe and handed it over to Amain, but he was looking at her while receiving it. When she deliberately tilted her head to the side, while she wondered if she had said something wrong, his black eyes darted around from place to place as if he was annoyed. No, that's not what. It's nothing. I don't feel like it's nothing. No problem. Come on, let's eat before it gets cold. He seemed to want to say something, but she knew it was not something he got out now. Despite the fact that she made a disappointed face, Amain simply accepted the wet wipe from Mahiru and wiped his spoon, but did not dare to open his mouth. Amain then silently ate keema rice but did not look towards Mahiru. The curry was not supposed to be spicy, but when he ate it, his face turned slightly red and she breathed out a bitter sigh. After they finished the dinner, they did their usual business. They washed dishes together as usual, finished their assignments side by side, watched TV, laughed together, and then she returned home to sleep. Although she wanted to stay at Amain's house a bit longer, she had to pack up early and get ready for her first goodnight call. Although it was nice to get dressed up and go to bed, Mahiru couldn't help but sigh when she saw herself. I feel like I'm getting too worked up. She took a longer bath even though she was not going to make a video call, and even wasted a lot of time taking care of her skin and hair. She was also wearing her favorite nightgown, a white negligee, not see-through, decorated with lace. Chitters had assured her when she went shopping, "I'm sure this is what he would like." She understood that girls should be fashionable in parts they cannot be seen, but it felt more like she was wearing a battlesuit than being fashionable. She asked her what she was going to do if she had to put so much effort into making just a phone call. And despite all the preparations that had gone into this project, Mahiru is unable to move from the phone's call screen which was displayed. It was good that she decided to call him, but what reason would she give him for calling at night? She became even more unsure because they both were the type of person who wouldn't contact each other unless they had anything to do with each other. She never even made a casual call, so a goodnight call would be even more problematic. I decided to call, but it might annoy him. It would annoy him if she disturbed him while he was getting ready for bed or woke him up while he was already asleep. They had school the next day, and a phone call might make him oversleep or sleep poorly. The more she thought about it, the more hesitant she became to click a single call button. She thought Amain was cautious and reserved and wanted to cry a little. She rolled over her bed with the phone in her hand while wondering what to do. She was about to close the screen of her phone while muttering, "I should stop after all." when a music with light rhythm starts to play. She was stunned for a moment by the sound she rarely heard, but soon realized that it was the sound of a call being made and jumped on the place. It seemed like she had accidentally made the call. Before she could cancel the call in a hurry, her phone speaker blurted out, "Mahiru?" She heard a voice whisper her name from the phone speaker. The voice sounded as if asking if she was there. The voice sounded somewhat gravelly lower than the one she had heard before, perhaps because the person on the other side had been sleeping. She looked at the screen, not prepared for what was about to come, and saw the familiar chat icon which was showing calling on the phone. "What's wrong? It's rare for you to call at this time." No, that is. "It's nothing." "I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?" If she had woken him up, then that means she had gone and disturbed his sleep. No matter how kind Amain is to her, it would be too selfish to take advantage of this. She bit her lip in anger and heard a small chuckling sound from the other side of her phone. "Yeah, I was getting ready for bed, but I was not sleeping. I don't mind if you call me even if it's nothing, but it was just so sudden that it startled me." I know, right? "I'm sorry, that was sudden." It must have annoyed him that she called without an appointment before going to bed. She felt ashamed of herself as her voice trailed off, but Amain kept his voice calm as he said, "You don't have to apologize so much. It's nice to hear your voice," he whispered softly, making her bite her lip even more. That part of him is sly. She felt sorry that he was taking care that Mahiru would not be worried more than necessary and that he was not bothered at all. But whether he realized it or not, his sweet words and voice spun as if he loved her, and her heart ached for a different reason from before. Mahiru felt so embarrassed that she pushed herself to the silence that she could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. She then heard Amain laugh a little. "You couldn't sleep?" He did not accuse her but instead asked her in a soft voice to confirm, but Mahiru was unable to respond and kept her silence. There is no way she could tell Amain why she had called him, as it was too selfish, and she had called him for a purpose that she could not tell him directly. However, she would sound dishonest if she called him at midnight and did not give him the reason, so she had to wrap her head around how to explain it to him. "I can't sleep either, so can he keep talking for a little longer?" When Mahiru was too embarrassed to confide in a straightforward manner, she heard Amain's smooth and calm voice as it relieved her from the tension. His gentle voice did not ask for an explanation but simply conveyed a sense of quietness and warmth. "Yes." She understood that she is a very sneaky person but did not say anything more and simply let Amain's kindness get the better of her. Mahiru is sure that Amain thought that she was calling because she is anxious because she can't sleep. It might also be because she once had a dream when she was a child. Amain let out a sigh of relief when Mahiru quietly agreed, and then he laughed a little. "Well, good, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it because it's hard to talk over the phone like this." "Yes, it is. We're basically spending time together, so if you need anything, you ask for it directly. It's because we're so close. I've always been next to you, so I told you that it's a bit awkward." Yes. Even though they lived in the houses next door to each other, they spent their time with each other on a regular basis. It instantly felt special to talk through the phone. When heard a faint chuckle mixed with a sigh coming from the other side. The sigh was so good that she felt a tickling sensation throughout her body. It was comforting but a bit frustrating. Mahiru lied down and twisted slightly to get in a comfortable position and listened carefully as Amain found a topic and started saying, "Speaking of which, I have been meaning to ask you, did you hang out with Chitters-san today?" "Yes, but we only went to a cafe and talked for a little bit. It's nice to be able to relax." "Did you have fun?" "Yes. When I'm in company with Chitters-san, I always feel energized." "I see. I'm glad you had fun." "What did you two do when you were hanging out together?" "We didn't do anything special. We had a cup of tea at the cafe, went shopping to look for clothes and accessories. And that's pretty much it." "Hey, I thought Chitters-san would take you all over the place." "Well, if Chitters-san heard you, she would get angry and say that it's rude." They seemed to think that Chitters was in a wide range of activities because of her activeness. Chitters was certainly an outdoorsy type of person and went to many places, but she never forced Mahiru to go anywhere. and there are many places where ordinary high school girls can hang out. Mahiru did not go out until she got to know Chitters, so she was real grateful to her to hang out with her. She has information and contacts to the place I wouldn't go to, so I am little scared that she might take Mahiru to a place she doesn't know of. Well, sometimes she takes me to places I don't know of, but they are safe and interesting. Just the other day, she took me to bouldering. I had never done it before, so it was fun. Oh, bouldering. My mum took me to a local place once, but I couldn't climb as I wasn't much of an athlete. I think you might be able to do it now, right? You've been working hard on your muscle training. I hope I am getting a little tougher. I would show it to you sometime. Yeah. She nodded her head without any sense of discomfort. But if she thought about it, it was probably an invitation for an outing. He was not looking particularly self-conscious and his attitude seemed natural. I wonder if it would be a date. If they were going to bouldering facility, it might be better to ask Chitters about it. And if he was going to show Mahiru around, Mahiru might recognize the place as she had already been around. Chitters might have said that the place they were going to is not romantic, but a domain's invitation. Mahiru's lips natural were loosened and formed an arc. I'm glad you're going with me. She laughed as he spoke out her honest feelings, but no matter how hard she tried, her expression did not tighten up. She was glad from the bottom of her heart that Amain was not here. She wouldn't have been able to show him such an easily loosened expression. She rolled on the bed happily that she could go out alone with the person she loves. Perhaps it was the simplicity alone that made her feel happy and relaxed, and she was glad that she led him. The slight tension that was in her mind when the cal started had disappeared, and now she felt sleepy due to the relief she felt. Perhaps because she was in happy mood, that she wanted to drown in this feeling of drowsiness. As she laughed out loud, aware that she is too sleepy to lift her eyelids, she heard the voice from the other side speak in a small voice. That's right. Can I ask you something that's been bothering me? What's on your mind? She responded while she resisted against the slight sleep that was coming. His hesitant voice continued. Well, what did Mahiru mean by the things you said earlier? I mean, what did you mean by we're living together? Mahiru thought for a little bit and then replied in a voice much louder than before. I'm sure you've always been with me, Amain-kun, right? Like, if we're together like this, it's more efficient to live together, helping each other with what I meant. Of course, it was more efficient to do what they could do. If Mahiru wanted to lift a heavy object, it would take her time, or it might be something that her woman body did not have the physical capabilities to do it. And if she had to cook, she may waste her time to buy ingredients. But if there were two people and if each person was in charge of his or her own expertise, then it would make the tasks easier. When she responded, her voice was somewhat weak because she was dozing off a bit, and even Amain replied in a somewhat distinct voice. Well, yes, but that's not what I wanted to ask you. Then what did you mean? She cleared her throat lightly and asked for the question, but she did not get a reply from Amain. No, it's all right. If I ask the nuance, I might die. Why? You don't have to worry about anything. I have no need to ask. Poking and prodding in his favorite honorifics was clear that Amain was not going to answer any further. Whenever this happened, Amain likely to persist and not say anything, so it was best not to pester him. He then appeased Mahiru by saying, it's okay, you don't have to worry about me, and you're getting sleepy, aren't you? Apparently, he must have noticed that Mahiru's voice was getting sleepy. Then it's time to hang up. No, a little more. Although she thought it was a little childish, she wanted to hear Amain's voice just a little longer. Opportunities like this were few and far between. She never had such an opportunity to hear Amain's voice and sleep slightly. She told herself, how can I be so selfish, while trying to get a hold on her rationality, which was slowly loosening and melting away. But his gentle voice saying, I understand, melted away all of her hesitation. Relieved that she had been forgiven, she turned her nerves towards the phone and rolled on the sheets near her chest. Amain-kun, it's just that your voice is soothing. It's the first time I've been ever told that. Yes, ? It's soft, gentle and fluffy. The tone of his voice, which was clear and glossy, without being too low, was solely calm, soft and even sweet to her. When such a voice whispers softly to her, She felt all the strength in her body being drained. It's not unpleasant, but rather comfortable. The voice that only she could hear, that was being directed only to her and no one else, was warm and slowly lulled her to a happy sea of sleepiness. She felt her body was floating in fluffy air as his voice seeped inside her body. I want to hear more. She wanted him to call out her name with that voice a lot. Is that good? Amain Kanu. I real why like more, call me by my name. I real why like being called by my name. A name that no one called her by until she met Amain. Miharu did not like her name, whose meaning was the combination of her parents' name, morning and night, who did not love their child. But after meeting and falling in love with Amain, she came to love her name. He loved it when Amain called her neither Angel nor Sheena, but Miharu. When he whispered to her in this way, it made her feel satisfied. It made her feel warm and happy. Miharu begged him call her name with unsteady thoughts in her mind. She tilted her head when she heard choking sound from the other side of the phone, as if Amain had choked on something. Come on, Miharu. He called name in a voice that sounded like he wanted to say something to her. Miharu closed her eyes, unsure what he was saying. She knew this was the only way she could concentrate on Amain's voice. As she turned her attention to hearing him with a peaceful mind as she was immersed in sea of happiness, she heard a slight sound of breathing and a soft sigh. Nothing, never mind. He was about to say something but stopped without continuing his words, and the speaker then echoed a small sigh. Even that constant sound of him clearing his throat was pleasing to Miharu, as she gave up on stopping her thoughts and just drifted in a comfortable silence. She understood that her thoughts had become more unsteady than before and they were somewhat strange. Miharu. After a short while, which was a long silence for Miharu, she heard Amain's cautious voice with a little sigh which tried to confirm her presence. She tried to speak up in a reply, but her sense of weariness that could also be described as too comforting, did not allow her to speak up. Amain dropped another sigh as he laughed softly at Miharu, who was barely able to say something in a small gravel-y voice. Good night, Miharu. When his gentle and sweeter voice tickled in her earlobe, she gave herself up as she was unable to resist her urge to sleep any longer. The next evening, after getting home from school, she went to Amain's house to visit him after getting ready as usual, only to be confronted by a slightly grumpy-looking Amain. A very sleepy Amain was waiting from her in the hallway before she entered the living room. You know, maybe you should refrain from calling me before bed. He looked like he wanted to say something at school, but he couldn't go talk to her in a quicksand. So he waited to talk to her when they were alone like this. She didn't expect him to complain as her eyebrows dropped. Yesterday, I didn't think I had done anything rough to Amain-kun. Perhaps he is upset because I called him myself and then fall asleep. She made the phone call, and then started to feel sleepy midway through, and after that, her memory was fuzzy. She was almost half asleep, so she doesn't remember much of what she said. She thought that maybe she said something that antagonized Amy. She would like to believe that she didn't say anything strange, but the look in Amain's eyes made her unsure. Hey, did I do something wrong? It's not like that, but I think it is kind of bad for Miharu to let others see or hear you falling asleep. His somewhat strained voice warned her in a very manner, and Miharu felt sorry as it must have been too much for him. I had contaminated your ears. It's not that. It's loose, so if other people hear it, it's not good. Loose? Anyway, no, not good. Is that even with Amain-kun? If you don't like it then, I don't mind it, but no. I think it's the worst for me. It's bad for my heart and I can't think I can handle it. Can't handle it. No. She looked up at Amain, who was thoroughly avoiding to explain the reason. She turned on her obvious dissatisfied look, but Amain did not even budge and insisted with a single point. In the end, it's a no-no. She pressed her fist loosely on Amain's second arm to see how much he would resist. She will file a complaint. She felt uncomfortable because she felt something important was being hidden from her. He asked Amain for an explanation, slightly worried she might have said something strange. Amain lowered her eyebrows as he was troubled and then sighed in an understandable manner. He gently reached out to Miharu, who shuddered thinking he may dismay her. His knobby fingers just brushed the side of her hair which hung around her cheeks as air touched her ears. Amain bent lightly and brought his mouth closer to her ears, which were no longer separated. Mahiru, just no. Okay? A low, gentle and glossy voice reached her ears, quieting her down and not allowing to rebel. A strange numbness rushed up like stroking her back and an upturned voice spilled out of her mouth. It was sweet numbness that ran through her body. It was not a chill, but a sweet numbness that she couldn't get. The voice seemed to take away all the strength from her body and melted her to the core as she was about to fall on her backside. She quickly put hands behind her back and jumped into the chest of the person who pulled her in. She moved her mouth to speak, but no voice came out. What a voice! Both Mahiru and Amain made some noises that should not be heard by others. Mahiru's was a pathetic voice but Amain's was. Are you okay? Amain worriedly called out Mahiru who had lost all of the strength in her body. He carried her to the sofa as she had no strength left. In a corner of her mind, she was impressed by the fact he had changed so much as he moved her more easily than before. But her brain was ruminated by the voice she heard earlier and her admiration was covered by a single thump in her chest. Mahiru is so weak in the ears. Amain muttered something and her heart started pounding wildly. She hurriedly grabbed the hem of the dress of the person sitting next to her. Well, this voice of Amain Kun, what voice? It's terribly bad. It's not very good. She looked up at Amain who now stood up and asked him. When did he learn to make such a sexy voice? Amain rolled his eyes and sighed. I think it's mutual since I experienced that feeling too. Yesterday, albeit in a different manner. Anyway. No. Okay? Before she could ask for more details, he lightly grabbed her shoulders and this time looked straight in her eyes as if he was telling a child in a gentle tone of voice. To which, she nodded her head in a quirky manner. Perhaps, if she said no he would whisper in her ear until she nods her head. Since Mahiru did not want to be ruled by a voice she did not understand, she backed off this time in a mature manner. When looked at him disapprovingly afterwards, Amain put his hand gently on Mahiru's ear and looked at her in a very serious manner, so she was not going to argue any further. She had learned that it was better for her to keep her mouth shut and not bring up this subject. I feel like I made myself more conscious of him. She wanted Amain to be aware of her, so she led him, but in the end, only Mahiru ended up being even more aware of Amain. Midway through the plan, Mahiru showed her restlessness and nervousness to Amain, so it was safe to say that her plan had failed. Although she was happy to see a side of him did not knew and was happy to have heard his voice before she went to bed. This may have been better than being overly conscious of each other and becoming awkward with each other. I'm just a little disappointed, she muttered in a small voice and closed her mouth to suppress the shame that still lingered in her slightly. Afterward, thank you for picking up this book. My name is Siki, the author. This is the first set of short stories in the Angel Next Door series, and I hope you enjoyed it. No, I didn't expect to have a short story collection published. I feel that the short story collection was made possible because the relationship between Amain and Mahiru came to an end in Volume 4, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to depict things that were not depicted in the main story. The main story is basically why only what Amain perceives, so you can enjoy, I hope, the story of what happened behind the scenes. Again I think Mahiru real why likes Amain. I'm sure she's in love with him. I'm not sure why he didn't have the confidence to confess his love to him. I know it sounds strange after I wrote that, but I'm not sure if I was being too harsh. But I'm sure that the more we talk about it, the higher the specs get and the more natural the gigolo looks. So Mahiru is getting more and more nervous. If he works hard, he can become a spadari. This time, the story is not only from Mahiru's point of view, but also from the characters who are looking at Amain and his friends from the outside, such as Chitters and Itsuki, but I can't help but feel that the story is rather serious. Yuta, Chitters, and Itsuki are also having a hard time. I feel sorry for Yuta, who has been slightly traumatized because of what Itsuki and Chitters did to him. He may or may not be shy about love, who is different from Amain, because he has seen the damage to himself and the love troubles between his two friends up close. I hope he will find a nice girlfriend someday. Also, I would like to thank Hunkoto-san for his wonderful illustrations. There are 3 kinds of covers for this issue: the regular edition, the special edition, and the special edition booklet, and each of them has great destructive power. I like them all. The illustration for the special booklet was chosen by a vote on Twitter, but isn't it a little too devilish? I think she's too devilish. I think it's very sexy, but not too dirty. What am I talking about? And why can't we see Mahiru's figure clearly in the scene? There might have been some who said, why can't you see Midday clearly in this scene? Yes, it is the bath scene. There is a deep reason for this. After all, the bath scene is with a main. Text here is censored. Aside from that, you may be able to see it some other time at some day, maybe. Last but not least, I would like to thank everyone who has helped me. I would like to thank the editors in charge, the Gabunko editorial department, the sales department, the proofreaders, Hunkoto-san, the printing shops, and all the people who have worked hard to publish this work, as well as everyone who has picked up a copy of this book. See you again in the next volume, next time, the book. Thank you for reading to the end.